Good evening, counselors, and good evening to the public. This is Cynthia Borrego, City Council President. Today is the 35th meeting of the 24th City Council, and it will come to order. This is a special meeting of the City Council today, and all of our counselors are present via Zoom. Counselor Benton will be running a little late today, but he will join us shortly. So today I would like to start our meeting with a moment of silence. And I would like to ask Counselor Pena if she would lead us in English, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Did we do the moment of silence first?
Yeah, let's do the moment of silence
Thank
and
you.
then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Sorry, I'm having bad allergies today. So pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Counselor. Would you also like to lead us in Spanish?
Sure. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you so much, Counselor. So I just want to go over some information for the public regarding our meeting. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting through 4 different platforms: GOV-TV on Comcast Channel 16, the GOV-TV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. These live streams can also be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on the live stream, thank you for joining us this afternoon. The video recording of this and all past City Council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is always available via telephone at 768-3100 if you need any assistance finding those videos, or for any other assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council is accepting live general comment today, as well as any written comments. Written comments received by 1 p.m. were distributed to all of our counselors in advance of today's meeting. And counselors, we do not have any items under number 3, which is proclamations and presentations, under number 4, which is economic development discussion. So we are going to move item number 10 to general public comments. But before we do that, I'm also going to cease with items 5 through 13, minus number 10, because there is no comment regarding those either. So with that, we will go back to item number 10. And I'm just for the public, I would like to read some information under general comments. We do have about 40 people that are signed up to speak today, over 40 people. And if other people come in, Julian will allow them to speak. So I just want to read some information regarding our public comments. And to those of you who are joining us regarding live public comment, welcome. We also received written comments distributed to all counselors in advance of today's meeting. Members of the public will be able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and our website on Friday. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room and will remain muted with their camera off until they are called to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and will have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. Today's agenda item 02160, the 2020 IDO annual update contains quasi judicial matters, and for that reason, I will be swearing in all members of the public and staff before the public comments begin. Mr. Moya, would you please permit all staff and public speakers into the meeting at this time so I may swear them in? So give us just a minute if you would, please. Well, while he does that, I am going to just read the ground rules. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the counselors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Were you able to? Thank you. Okay, so if I would ask you all, including the staff that are going to be speaking, to raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
I do.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. I think we've got all of them. And if anyone joins us a little later and they haven't been sworn in, we will absolutely swear them in as they join us later. So with that, Mr. Moya, would you call the name of the first speaker, please? Also, ladies and gentlemen of the public, could you take your cameras down until you're called in to speak, and also mute yourself if you would? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Erica Davis Crump. Please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, thank you guys so much for your time today and calling for this special meeting. According to the last meeting that I was able to sit in on, I really just want to stress the fact that we need to wait until you have Black and brown bodies on your council, on your panels, and our active stakeholders in this move to get cannabis where we need it to be, because our communities have been criminalized and oppressed the most by this. So again, just outside looking in a Black body on Juneteenth weekend, I found it to be very inconsiderate that we moved it this week so close to something that Black individuals in New Mexico should be focusing on. But more than anything, we need to be at the table because it's our community who is deeply impacted. And until we're stakeholders, nothing for us without us. So please make sure that you are bringing actual members of community into this space to be a part of the legalization and liberation that we all deserve. That's all I got, but please take your time, go slow, do what y'all gotta do, but do it right.
You have to just fill out your name and all that shit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Regina Mead.
Thank you.
Ms. Mead, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Regina Mead and I live in Parkland Hills. I agree there's a desperate need.
Oh, Ms. Mead, can you hold on 1 second? Can we have everybody mute themselves that's not been called to speak, please?
Thank you, Julian. I think we were hearing Dr. Joe's conversation there, and thanks.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mead, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Regina Mead and I live in Parkland Hills. I agree there's a desperate need for helping the homeless in this city. I am in favor of putting a cap on the limit in the shelters of how many people can be placed there and support the IDO amendment defining a number of residents of overnight shelters. The reason I feel many people in one shelter would amount to warehousing is the following. There is no way the city can effectively provide services for a large number of people in one place. For example, social workers, mental health care, and perhaps even job training. With a large number of people, it is like a classroom situation. In a large lecture hall, I feel insignificant, while in a small classroom, I feel like I'm a human being. Having a large number of shelter beds would be tantamount to warehousing, and I feel that the homeless deserve to be served better. If we had many shelters throughout the city with fewer clients, we could realistically send the services, social workers, mental health care, and job trainers to them. This encourages people to participate in these various services without having to be an overwhelming and intimidating hospital-like setting. This would satisfy both the needs of the homeless and the neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Our next speaker is Tamaya Toulouse. Ms. Toulouse, please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamaya Toulouse. I'm the chair of the Siesta Hills Homelessness Solutions Committee, and thank you for letting me be here today. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Davis's resolution 421-141 to limit the number of gateway shelter beds to 30. All proposed gateways are supposed to be just that, a gateway, and not a long-term live-in facility for rehab or warehouse shelter. With 30 beds, centers should be able to intake residents, register them in programs, connect them to transitional housing and assistive support that the city promises to provide. If 30 new residents are processed through the gateway and into treatment programs every 3 weeks, each gateway center would serve 520 residents per year. That is 1/3 of all homeless residents on Albuquerque streets on any given night, and multiple gateway sites will be able to share that burden. Many residents should also transition out of those beds in less than 3 weeks due to the partnerships with on-site behavioral health, drug rehab, and other services, including respite beds, and provide even more capacity. Thank you, Councillor Davis, for making this a manageable shelter and for helping us share these services throughout the city.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Munoz. Please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, councilors. At 18 years old, I was arrested for 5 grams of cannabis. That event changed my life. As a person of color who was a casualty of the failed war on drugs, there's now a once-in-a-generation opportunity for people like me. Many of the proposed ordinances favor the existing industry and those who can afford well-connected cannabis lawyers or cannabis consulting firms. Some of these ordinances redline out small businesses and entrepreneurs of color who deserve a level playing field to benefit from a product that was once a weapon against our communities. The New Mexico legislature created the cannabis micro-business license to lower the barrier of entry into this multi-billion-dollar market and as a form of economic equity to give all New Mexicans a chance to compete. Cannabis micro-businesses should be regulated like microbreweries that have created economic opportunities for Burquiños and have revitalized economically neglected areas. You can now create a similar economic opportunity for our historically disenfranchised communities if you zone cannabis micro-businesses like microbreweries. I'm not asking the city council for a handout. I'm asking for a level playing field to cultivate, manufacture, and sell a now legal product that, due to old stigmas, nearly destroyed my future 20 years ago. Please don't close minority-owned micro businesses before we get a chance to open. Thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Raven Del Rio. Del Rio, please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Raven Del Rio, and I'm here to request the passing of Councillor Davis's amendment to cap the bed counts in shelters. The new gateway system is unproven, and it's disheartening that years into the process, the city still has no operational plan for success. This cap gives the opportunity to stop problems before they arise both here and in future locations. My research shows that the northwest quadrant of the city has only 3 of these services, which have been neglected to the point of a lawsuit. The southwest has 13 and the northeast 17, all concentrated within marginalized neighborhoods. But the southeast has been redlined into 28, not counting the incoming gateway, halfway houses, or the many faith-based meal sites. Most of these fall within 1 mile of the gateway and are in mainly working class POC neighborhoods. How much is too much for one section to take while affluent neighborhoods escape their fair share? The shelters are not full. City data shows that they are underutilized more often than not. Wish lists, grand presentations, and re-election hopes aside, it is in the best interest of every district to approve the Councillor Davis's amendment until the city and their partners show that they're able to be good neighbors within their communities and will properly care for the most vulnerable residents of the city who depend upon them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Sarah Fitzgerald. Ms. Fitzgerald, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam President, councilors. I'm Sarah Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. As we've said before, we oppose Amendment B1, the cap to the overnight shelter, because it fails to address the key challenges we face in our community with respect to homelessness, and here's why. Number one, our community desperately lacks overnight sheltering, especially within our city limits and especially among single adults. We don't have enough overnight shelter beds in the Albuquerque area, and those we do have are often far from the city, and they're difficult to access by those who need them. Limiting the size of our first and any subsequent gateway centers to just 30 or even 60 beds will only perpetuate this problem with insufficient sheltering. We can't afford to limit this project's ability to make a landmark difference before it even launches. And secondly, we know we must improve the coordination of our services and care to truly help people experiencing homelessness transition into stable housing. It's critical that assistance and services be co-located to connect people to the full range of help they need, and that requires scale. It'll be impossible to create the synergy and coordination in the facility with just 30 or 60 beds, let alone a dispersed system of 30-bed facilities all over town. Our Gateway Center on Gibson is a critical first step in addressing these challenges. We respectfully oppose Amendment B1, and we urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Enrique Cardiel. Please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Council President and councilors. My name is Enrique Cardiel. I'm a resident of South San Pedro Neighborhood Association. I'm also the director of the Health Equity Council, and I am coming to speak against the amendment capping the housing support for folks. At the meeting Saturday, those in our group felt that the Southeast could take its share of the 1,525 people who spend the night on the streets every day, and that's 382. We feel that these limits in residential areas would mean we're looking at over 153 locations. If we kept it at 30, it's still limiting us a great deal. Are we really going to spend the funds to have staff, have a building, and have support services at that many locations? I don't think we are. So we think that taking advantage of a place that's been a hospital that has the kind of resources and capacity that it does is important. So once again, I'm here against the amendment to limit the amount of space for shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardiel.
Our next speaker is Rachel Baca. Please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Rachel Baca, and I'm the Siesta Hills Neighborhood Association president. On behalf of my neighborhood, I'd like to thank the council for this time to speak. We are asking that you vote to approve Councilor Davis's amendment to the IDO, limiting bed capacities at overnight shelters dependent on the underlying zoning. We have had concerns from the time we first heard of the city's decision to locate the shelter so close to our neighborhood in the Southeast, but now that ship has sailed. Our concerns about the operation of a shelter come from real life experience here in the Southeast. where we have more shelters, halfway houses, and indigent services than any other part of the city. We want this amendment because we need assurances from the city for oversight, transparency, and mitigation of impact at our city shelters. And this amendment will help us achieve this. I moved from the Northeast to the Southeast part of the city a few years back. There are so many things my family loves about this historic, culturally rich part of town, but we now also have firsthand experience of what it's like to live in a part of the city that the rest of the city feels is a fine place to park things that are hard to solve, that are messy or undesirable. But we in the Southeast too love our city. We pay taxes, we work, and we vote. We'll be here when the shelter opens, and we plan to be here years from now after trends, leaders.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca.
Our next speaker is Leah Armstrong. Ms. Armstrong, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for letting me speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the real estate community as a whole. I would like to see that council have LUPS and EPC really vet these proposed amendments prior to bringing to council and bring in members of the community that are working. I think that there are a lot of things that can happen with these amendments, whether they pass or not, that have implications much greater than we're prepared for. And in any other business or anything I've ever known, these things get vetted at committees, and these last minute amendments that get proposed to the council. I know these poor counselors are working day and night just trying to keep up. And I would like to see as a whole, these amendments being vetted with the community in committees. Thank you for your time.
Madam, I just would like to respond to you. Both of these, all of these amendments did go to LUPS. On our most recent LUPS meeting was on May the 12th.
Our next speaker is Dan Regan. Mr. Regan, feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Council President, several amendments attempt to bypass and remove community input. The two largest is B4, climatic and geographic responsiveness, and A10, drive-throughs. Both of these came through an arduous EPC process with an opposite recommendation than currently posed, and both caused me to question, if the council is not going to follow your very own processes and their outcomes, whose elephant are you following home? Second, the recreational pot stuff is upon us. It's a brand new reality, and the scramble is on to get something in place. B14, B15, and B19, in their attempts to make things work smoothly, are drastic overreaches that will come back to bite all of us in our posterior. I remind you of humankind's history with the newest toy. Nuclear energy, hello, New Mexico, could have been developed to provide safe electricity for the whole globe. That's not how we first made it or used it. Cannabis is a nascent reality for Albuquerque. It will have its pluses and minuses. My caution, let's live with it for a year before we open the gates too widely, which these two amendments do, and it will be much easier to let out a little more tether line than to try to rein in a baby industry gone wild, videos included, I'm sure. Thank you for your time and all your efforts. I do not envy you the task ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan.
Our next speaker is Aaron Moore. Mr. Moore, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Julian. Hello, Council President, councilors. I actually had comments on two issues today. First, I just wanted to quickly mention on cannabis issues. And just a kind of curiosity about how we might be able to think about creating more community benefits and upliftments within the zoning and regulation process when we're looking at economic development processes such as this, which is going to bring huge amounts of money into our state. How can we use zoning and regulation to guarantee better benefits to the communities in which cultivation, manufacture, et cetera, will be located? How can we provide more money to schools and things like that? Is there a process to allow for that within zoning and regulation? So that was that. And then on the gateway centers, I did have another comment, which is, although data shows that small shelters are better in their efficacy demands upon the need in homeless populations, in Albuquerque, we have a great need at the moment. And limiting the possibility to address the problems may be premature in our case. If we can carry the solution of problems into providing housing first and transitional housing after stays at gateway centers well and reduce the homeless population, then we may be at a point in which we can really have smaller shelters. But limiting in the face of such great need may provide us with more consequences than benefits at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Our next speaker is Rodrigo Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, please turn your video on, unmute yourself. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay. Jack, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Great. Okay. This is concerning the IDO amendments for cannabis related uses. B9, B10. We would like this removed completely. Most lots, retail centers have residential areas directly behind them. And also there's probably somewhere around the vicinity of 500 religious institutions in the greater Albuquerque, which takes up a lot of real estate. We can see having a zone made to where it's not directly next to religious institutes, but to have feet and all that, it's too early. Okay, this addresses B12 and B13. We propose grandfathering on existing leases prior to application need to be stated. Why? Because we believe the medical cannabis already has a jump on everyone else. We don't think it's going to be fair for other business owners applying for retail permits. Please consider enacting this amendment after both and all application processes have occurred. Now, B19, this is nice for medical cannabis facilities. We feel it's a little unfair for hemp and CBD shops who have been here since 2015. We propose a change to B19 by adding after existing medical cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is David White. Mr. White, please turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Madam President and councilors, for taking the time and lots of forethought to put into this. I just want to give a shout out to Davis, Jones, and Borrego and Senna, all for putting together very thoughtful amendments to this. I did want to speak in behalf of B19 as patient 600 in the medical cannabis program and as founder of a medical cannabis producer company. I urge you to approve that amendment so that the medical cannabis patients here in New Mexico do not suffer any disruption or are not allowed to get their cannabis as they need. Furthermore, I would guide you through this process in really trying to be very concise and be in sync with what the state is doing. And as you know, they have not finished promulgating or even putting together all of the rules and regulations yet. We're still waiting to have our time to be able to give input on that. And that at any incidences where you make rules and regulations that that do not coincide with the states, that creates all kinds of room for problem interpretation. And I think these are the causes of many of the stumbling blocks that they had in California, Colorado, and many of the other states that have gone through this confusing process. And in closing, I would just like to remind everybody that New Mexico has had a very successful medical cannabis program for the last over 10 years. And we would like to see that not harmed in any way. And then when you're looking at proposals for recreational cannabis or adult use cannabis, that you make a clear distinction that that is very different than medical cannabis. Medical cannabis patients are some of our most vulnerable citizens, and we need to make sure that
Thank you, Mr. White. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up.
Mr. White, before you sign out, and I'm not going to ask you to continue your conversation, but I would like for our staff, Shanna Schultz, because the previous speaker, Mr. Ramirez, also brought up medical, and I'd like her just to comment really quickly because it may save some of the speakers from speaking about medical. Ms. Schultz?
Thank you, Council President Borrego. Yeah, I
the way that the IDO
talks about cannabis and proposes to talk about cannabis in the future is that if a retailer were to be doing only medical cannabis, that would just be considered general retail, that would not fall under any of the cannabis restrictions. But the moment that they do add what we would call recreational cannabis to their offerings, then they would have to comply with the proposed cannabis regulations. So this is certainly not proposing any new restrictions on those who wish to sell only medical product. And I'll also add, based on something the last speaker spoke of, CBD and hemp also would not be affected by any of these cannabis regulations.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for that clarification. Mr. Moya? Thank you, Mr. White.
Our next speaker is Dr. Joe Valles. Dr. Valles, please feel free to turn the video back on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Madam President. I strongly urge the council not to approve Council Amendment B4, which completely strikes Section 52D on climate and geographic responsiveness. Changing the EPC's original draft is unnecessary and it sends the wrong message. The EPC approved version strikes the right balance of encouraging some consideration for what an architect should aspire to do in order to take advantage of Albuquerque's topography and climate. Moreover, spending more taxpayer money on outside consultants is uncalled for. Striking this amendment now after 10 months of work to pay a consultant to redo the work is a step backwards. Any consultant funding that could be used to continue refining the IDO 52D, which already has consensus agreement in the community. Point number 2, consider a better template for deliberating the IDO amendment process. Kudos to planners Jolene Wolfley and Carrie Parkhurst for presenting a requested IDO amendment exercise for the West Side Coalition and East Side Coalitions recently. We found this exercise extremely beneficial and something the City Council should seriously consider. It would bring much needed clarity to the process. I think that's really important. And it's not enough for the council and the public to get a one-sided description from council staff and or council sponsor, because some of these issues are complicated.
Thank you, Dr. Valles. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Our next speaker is Chris Belzano. Mr. Belzano, please feel free to turn the video on and unmute yourself. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Council President. I'm Chris Balzano on behalf of Maggie Farms. I have met with many of you in person and I appreciate your time and service. If you do vote today, we ask the council to adopt a 30 to 90 days initial exemption period from the setback to allow retail applicants to enter the recreational cannabis market. As you know, there is no way for an entrepreneur to know whether a location is or not viable prior to initial licensure. The state's requirement for control of the property at this moment would require all would-be applications to be purchased or lease a property without the ability to know if the location is eligible for licensure. So this would impose a significant hardship on new business owners, discourage investment, and would result in unseen complications that I have previously discussed with some of you. This initial exemption window could resolve that issue, Madam President, by giving future applicants better visibility into a sustainability of allocation, which cannot be known by anyone prior to the initial application, acceptance, and date. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter, and I look forward to work with you at any time. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Johnson. Ms. Johnson, please feel free to turn the video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
My name is Elizabeth Johnson, and I am the current owner of Don's Paperback Book Exchange, which is in the Southeast Heights of Albuquerque, the heart of the Southeast Heights at San Mateo and Catherine. I wanted to let the counselors know that I am in favor of the Gateway Center for the Homeless Services opening in our neighborhood. Now, I look forward to all the new business that it's going to bring to us. I would like, however, to ask that the center does not begin accepting residents, until we can secure post-treatment housing for those residents. I would like to also make sure it's known that I do support Councilor Davis's recommendation that we cap the limit of the residents until we do get the housing situation, post-treatment housing situation squared away for them. Otherwise, we will be repeating the same vicious cycle of arrest, court order treatment, release, arrest, court order treatment, et cetera, et cetera. Housing is the key. I welcome the facility with the hopes that we will be helping the homeless transition to better circumstances. I also believe that the 7-Eleven located on the corner of San Mateo and Catherine, as it currently operates, will be a nightmare for the homeless shelter. The corporate attitude for the company is with less security and more liquor sales. It is one place in the neighborhood where we have dozens and dozens of service calls for armed robberies, drug deals gone wrong, beatings, and murders, all within a stone's throw of an elementary school. Any given day, you can witness prostitution and drug deals taking place at this 7-Eleven, all because they continue to sell alcohol to people who are already intoxicated and refuse to put security in place on that property. We cannot fight the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Our next speaker is Katie Munson. Ms. Munson, please feel free to turn the video on, unmute yourself. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time. I've submitted written comments that go in more in depth, but I just want to touch on everything. First of all, I support everything that Speaker Matthew Munoz said. I think that a big issue is making sure that residents, local New Mexicans, especially our BIPOC community members, are able to have first dibs on licenses. I know that the state is the one that really gives out the licenses, but anything that the City Council can do to help ensure that there are residency requirements for these licenses would be hugely beneficial to making sure that this new industry benefits primarily New Mexicans and not these larger out-of-state players. On the topic of them, I think that it is important to pass zoning now. A lot of these people who are already wealthy are able to lease or purchase land or potential areas for retail establishments without worry. Smaller entrepreneurs such as myself cannot do so until we know what areas that we can actually lease or look into. So I think it's important to bear that in mind, that there are people from out of state, there are millionaires already buying and leasing areas for this and taking a gamble where smaller entrepreneurs can't afford to make that gamble. I do think that cannabis should be allowed on main streets. I do think that there should be no distance between retail stores. I ask the council to remember there's a difference between retail areas and consumption areas, and also cultivation and manufacturing.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Jane Beckel. Ms. Beckel, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you very much. Madam President, first I wish to emphatically support Council Amendment B23, the Northwest Mesa Escarpment View Protection Overlay. The additional comments noted in this most recent publication outline 3 policies of the 2017 Comprehensive Plan, which are advanced by this amendment. And I would note that those echo all of my previous comments that I've made in multiple meetings regarding this. I also oppose B24. The list of affected areas by this amendment of the original amendment for the view protection overlay is somewhat inaccurate and suggests that an essentially much larger area is affected. First, Volcano Heights is not covered in the VPO, and that was stated multiple times in that document. The area at Montano and Unser is currently zoned MXT. It already has a 30-foot height restriction in place. The area of Ouray and Unser is zoned MXL, but in looking at the interactive map for the IDO, it is outside of even the added sub-area height limit. The area of golf course between Paseo and Marnolin is already virtually entirely built out. There is one
Thank you,
vacant
Ms.
lot.
Beckel. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckel.
Our next speaker is Bree Sillery. Ms. Sillery, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Council President. I am here today as a representative of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness regarding the IDO amendment to limit shelter capacity. For a successful response to homelessness, we do not want to see further complications and barriers to the development of shelters through added regulation. To succumb to further regulation that does not take into consideration the various trauma-informed designs could be detrimental in addressing the systemic issues that perpetuate homelessness and limit Albuquerque's homeless response system. It is a general best practice to develop smaller shelters, yes, but to have this regulated through additional zoning restrictions adds too many barriers to development. The tiered shelter capacity limitations indicate that larger capacity shelters would be limited to warehouse type districts, further away from transportation, grocery stores, and basic services. This disenfranchisement is not an adequate response to address systemic homelessness or appropriate to provide support to the people that fall into homelessness. On a final note, many of the comments in support of this amendment reference the Gateway Center. And so I'm also curious, and I'd like to ask, how would this zoning amendment affect already established shelters? Would they be grandfathered in, or would this affect their operation as well? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Shanna, can you respond to that question, please?
Absolutely, Council President. I would be happy to. Any existing facilities that are operating in good standing, that are legal per their zoning requirements today, if the city were to change the rules per how that amendment calls for them to be changed, they would be, as the term the constituent used, grandfathered in, as long as they were in good standing at the time that their use began. Just because the city changes the rules kind of halfway through while they're operating, they would continue to be legal and in good standing.
Thank you, Shanna. We'll continue, Mr. Moya.
Our next speaker is Michael Voss. Mr. Voss, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President and councilors. My first comment will be to speak on amendments B23 and B24. I would urge you to vote no on B23 and for your support of B24 to rescind the amendment on the Northwest Mesa escarpment. This, as Ms. Beckel said, is a very small area, and that is part of the problem with this amendment. It targets a select group of properties, one of which received a zone change recently to a more intense zone district. Undoing that essentially with this seems arbitrary and capricious, and the policy analysis supporting this amendment ignores the fact that many of these lots are areas of change and in major transit corridors where we should support more intense development. My second comment is on the cannabis regulations. I would say that as planners, I work at Consensus Planning. We oftentimes over-regulate things in this fledgling industry. I think we should not impose additional distance separations or prohibit these businesses from operating in Main Street corridors. If you adopt some of these amendments, I would urge the support of Councilor Davis's amendments rather than the administration's. And absolutely, you should support amendments B20 and B21 that create exemptions for the cannabis micro businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Bean. Mr. Bean, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself. Your time will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Bean, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon. I was trying to turn on my video, but it's not working, so you can just look at my profile. There it is, start my video. Hey, Kevin Bean here. I live in Carnwell. I served on the Climate Action Plan Task Force. I'm active with the Sierra Club, Climate Coalition, and the Creation Care Committee at my Catholic church. The presence of a climate responsiveness agenda item as far as on the IDO amendments today provided an opportunity to comment on the need for climate responsiveness, specifically a climate emergency response. I spent some time looking at the comprehensive plan and the IDO to see what's in there and what kind of a response the city has put together in response to the climate emergency. And it doesn't look to me like it's happened yet. It was almost 2 years ago that the council adopted a climate emergency declaration. It was August of 2019. We now need that climate emergency response. And I encourage you again, one site you might look at is called CACE, C-A-C-E, Council and Community Action in the Climate Emergency. That's CACE. We need a climate emergency response in this community. And I urge you to act quickly and decisively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Julian?
Our next speaker is Melinda Frame. Ms. Frame, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Council. My name is Melinda Frame, and I live in Parkland Hills and chair our Neighborhoods Homelessness Solutions Committee. I am here to ask you to support Councilor Davis's proposed IDO amendment setting bed limits for overnight shelters, dependent on the underlying zoning. As there is currently no language in the IDO regarding bed capacities, support services, or oversight for overnight shelters, I do feel this is a step in the right direction, as it outlines common sense parameters for responsible size and scale of overnight shelters, while still allowing for an increase in bed capacity if two critical components are met. A Good Neighbor program is put in place, ensuring a system of checks and balances. And secondly, supportive services are provided on site, increasing the likelihood of positive impact for the population being served. This amendment ensures responsible growth for our city. It creates a system of accountability for those facilities serving our most vulnerable, and it protects the neighborhoods where these facilities will be housed. I'm certain you are getting different perspectives on this issue, and if there are remaining concerns regarding the exact number of beds that would be appropriate for capacity limits, I urge you to discuss and determine a reasonable, safe number of beds that our neighborhoods can sustain, because more parameters and guidelines do need to be implemented into the IDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Adams. Ms. Adams, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, I'm trying to turn my video on, and here we go. Or I'll start talking and then I'll turn my video on. Oh, here. Okay, there you go. So I just wanted to make a quick comment that we all share something in common. We're all volunteers. We're here simply to do the very best we can and to analyze every single possible outcome, good or bad, that can occur as a result of your approving the amendments. First of all, I would like to very quickly ask that you vote against B1. I do believe that bed limits is going to significantly impair the ability of community agencies to support the homeless in shelters. And I think we need to, as community members, we need to rely on the experts to do this. My other two areas of real interest are B23. I believe that Albuquerque, as very clearly stated in the comprehensive plan, has a very unique gift. We have a unique location and we have a unique geographical heritage. I think these deserve our respect and our protection. And I believe that if you vote for this, you are voting to protect what we have and not profit from it. I think it's really important to compare and contrast those two things. The other thing that I believe you really need to approve today is A6. A6 very clearly expands and begins to develop the goals, the mission statement of the comprehensive plan. We have not implemented any zoning that furthers the mission statements of the comprehensive plan. And this is a really—
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Heather Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, please unmute yourself and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us. I am Heather Hoffman. I am the director of Barrett Foundation, Inc., known to many as Barrett House. I'm speaking today to note my ongoing concerns around the proposed amendment to restrict shelter beds per zoning type. While we at Barrett House certainly are in support of the concept of smaller shelters that can offer more streamlined, specialized services, I really fear that this proposal isn't pointing the community in the right direction. Even with the updated proposal, I worry about any new rule that proposes more restrictions instead of really specific solutions to work towards reducing homelessness in our community, particularly in light of the onslaught of evictions we have ahead. Data suggests to us that we have from anywhere from 10 to 40 million Americans facing eviction in upcoming months as the eviction moratoriums lift. Our shelter's full with a full waiting list, and we have every expectation of remaining full for the foreseeable future. The need for shelter, services, and hope in our community is high. This is a time when we need to be leaning into the struggles ahead instead of placing restrictions that are only going to be a deterrent for those in need. To throw up yet another barrier to those in the highest need just doesn't feel like the right spirit of this community. Lastly, I have grave concerns about what message we're sending by relegating larger shelters to distant areas where it's even harder to receive services in connection with others. I would strongly suggest that further segregating our homeless neighbors and pulling them further away from the services that we should be increasing right now.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marianne Pendleton. Ms. Pendleton, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video on and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Here I am. I would like to actually just say I agree with everything Heather Hoffman just said. If any of you have ever driven down Central Avenue in the winter, you will be horrified. I started crying after I saw barefooted people sitting in the snow with no place to go and not even blankets. I can't live with that. So I am absolutely against Councilor Davis's bill B1. Further, beyond that, I'm against A10 dealing with the drive-throughs. I almost got killed the other day turning left on Paseo del Norte and Golf Course Road. The truck in front of me had to stop suddenly because there were cars blocking the right lane coming out of Starbucks. I am really upset about this because I went and counted how many cars could line up around a Starbucks at an off time, like around 5 o'clock in the evening. And we testified about how dangerous we thought it would be having these drive-throughs near the corners of intersections, and it's terrible. I'm lucky I was able to stop after the truck did an emergency stop, but it was very frightening. I wish that you would listen to what the neighborhoods are trying to express to you. It's really frustrating. The other thing I'm for is I support B23. We do want sensitive development on top of the mesa. My favorite view coming home is seeing the
Ms. Pendleton, your
volcanoes.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Bissio. Mr. Bissio, please unmute yourself. And I see you coming on. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Ryan Bissio, and I'm a resident of Parkland Hills. First, I would like to thank the citizens of the community and members of the City Council for their time. Leading up to today, I attended the community input meeting regarding the creation of the Gibson Hub Center. While I agree with the need for such a facility, I do take issue with the city's approval process. Slogan for the Washington Post is, quote, "Democracy dies in darkness." I find the slogan wholly applicable to the way in which the council approved this facility. While Albuquerque faced and continues to face its darkest public health crisis in its history, City Council slickly approved the purchase of the Gibson Medical Center without properly consulting its citizens and nearby residents. In doing so, and to its advantage, the City Council and Mayor approved this facility, leaving residents like myself quite literally in the dark. I find this to be an affront on our local democracy and an effort to undermine the One Albuquerque initiative. During the breakout meeting this past weekend, when I pressed a subject matter expert on whether or not they had sought examples in other cities and states as to whether their ideas for the Gibson Hub Center might be effective in addressing our city's respective issues, subject matter experts stated that they had not. This was quite disappointing to me and other residents in the session. It would seem like an obvious measure to take to gauge whether or not this may be an effective method to lessen the burden of our homelessness populations and community. In closing, I ask the City Council to support Councilor Davis's IDO amendment to show us proof of concept that this facility will lessen the homelessness issue in our community and give us confidence in your decision and desires to expand this facility. Lastly, I'd like to thank the local media for its coverage of this issue. Without them, many residents, including myself, would be unaware of this council's decisions on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Lewinger. Mr. Lewinger, please mute yourself. Feel free to turn your video on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. I'm Ben Lewinger, Executive Director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, offering comments on the proposed IDO amendments relating to cannabis. Council President Borrego, council members, sincerely, thank you for all the hard work the last several weeks to quickly respond to how we're going to roll out adult-use cannabis in Albuquerque. For context, at the state level, there were several years of dialogue to finally get to the bill that legalized cannabis, and even then it's not perfect. The bill's main sponsor, Representative Martinez, referred to the bill as a living document, one that has to be revisited over and again as we fine-tune cannabis in New Mexico. Today, city leadership is walking a fine line, moving quickly enough while not moving too quickly. And of course, the entire state is watching as the city maps out what's reasonable in new local rules relating to cannabis. I say reasonable because reasonable is the word in statute relating to how municipalities can regulate the details around cannabis. So I would ask City Council to keep reasonable in mind as you think about cannabis in our city, especially how we're going to remove or at least not create new obstacles for individuals who want to enter into and be successful in the industry. In particular, please consider what's reasonable in the proposed amendments relating to prohibitions on signage, B16, on hours of operation, B17, prohibitions relating to distance from main street corridors, residential areas, B9, and distance from religious institutions, B10 and 11, the last of which was specifically excluded in the state statute. This exciting new industry has to be by and for New Mexicans. And
Thank you, sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes the public commenters that were sworn in at the very beginning. So all the folks that are in the meeting room now, they need to be sworn in. So if you don't mind swearing them in, and then we'll proceed with the remainder of the public comment list.
Mr. Moy, approximately how many people do we have?
Madam President, we have 9 people left that have signed into the meeting so far.
Okay, we are going to allow these 9 individuals to enter our video conference room. And then I am going to swear you in if you would, once you're all on the screen. So please bear with us, counselors and the public. It appears that we have everyone in there. So I would ask everyone if you would just raise your right hand with me, please. And do you swear to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Everyone? Okay, thank you so much. We are going to commence then with these 9 individuals. And is there anyone else at this point, Julian? If not, these individuals will be allowed to speak for 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes. They will be addressed only through, their comments will be addressed only through me, the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal of the Zoom webinar. So Mr. Moya, please call our first speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. First will be Monet Archibek. Ms. Archibek, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video on. And if I can get everyone else to mute themselves and turn their video off until their names are called. Thank you. Ms. Archibek, please proceed, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Ms. Archibek, are you there?
Madam President, I don't see her in here. We'll go to the next one and see if she comes
Okay,
back on.
if she gets back on, then we'll call her back up. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Camila Feebleman. Ms. Feebleman, please feel free to turn your video back on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you so much, Madam President and members of the council for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to just give some nuanced public comment with regard to IDO before the proposed amendment. And I understand that this is a fairly complex issue with good people having pretty different views. But I think my main comment, which I'll make on behalf of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club and our over 4,000 members and supporters in Albuquerque, is that our top priority is to see the city approaching development with an eye on curbing the climate crisis. So I understand that the IDO may not be the appropriate place to kind of have a development reference point for climate. But I also understand that there currently is no design manual. So if you're like me, you know it's extremely hot. You know that that's driven by global climate change and that we've got to do something urgently. So I would like to encourage both the administration and the council to get together and to get on the same page about where and how to best drive our
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
I'll just finish the ask, which is the need to address climate first and foremost in our development approach. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Madam Chair, I would like to just allow her to finish her sentence.
Councilor Benton, go ahead.
She's making an important point. I'd just like to allow Ms. Feebleman to continue to complete that last sentence.
Still in the chat room.
In the middle of
Ms. Feebleman, you can finish really quick. Is she still there? Okay, I believe she's off, Councilor Benton. Speaker, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patricia Monahan. Ms. Monahan, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, and thank you very much, Madam President and council members. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I'm an attorney, And my specialty, not allowed to say that yet, but we're working on it. My focus is New Mexico medical cannabis business law. I represented one of the very first producers that was licensed in 2009. And I would like to also support the previous comments, Michael Vos, David White, and Ben Luinger, because they actually named these specific amendments, and I can't do that. I'm talking more generally. But I want you to know I've been involved in this industry from the get-go, and I'm very, very proud of New Mexico. We were the first state in the nation to regulate the production and distribution of medical cannabis, and I think we've done a phenomenal job, and I think we're going to keep it up. But please don't ruin it with restrictive prohibition era like zoning rules. Please remember, cannabis is much less harmful than alcohol. It's much less damaging. No one can die from cannabis, and it should no longer be stigmatized and shunned in reefer madness like lies. Instead, we need cannabis zoning regulations should be comparable to other similar businesses like breweries and coffee shops, both of which sell products exclusively for adults, beer and coffee. Medical cannabis has been legal in New Mexico since 2007, 14 years. We have well over 100,000 patients now. In my residential neighborhood, far Northeast Heights, Tannemon East, there's at least 4 dispensaries within about a mile. 3,
Thank you, Ms.
Montgomery.
Monahan. Your time is up.
Okay, well, there hasn't been a problem, so please don't fix it when it doesn't need to be fixed.
Thank you.
And
Thank
don't
you.
restrict
Our
it
next
too much.
speaker is Michael Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, I see you still in attendees, and you can unmute yourself and speak if you are able.
Yes, I had anticipated just watching as an attendee, but this is local business owner Michael G. Sanchez here in the downtown revitalization area, asking for Amendment B12 and 13 to be tabled for further consideration. I will keep it short and sweet. The 600 and 1,000 are a power grab and do not allow the micro business owner to establish themselves. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Cuesta. Mr. Cuesta, I see you coming on there. Your time will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Cuesta, please go ahead and unmute yourself. You're still muted there.
Pardon me, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and councilors. My name is David Cuesta, and I would like to thank council for all the thoughtful consideration you've dedicated to these adult use cannabis regulations as you adopt them into Albuquerque. If council were to proceed with the distance restrictions between stores, I would politely propose that medical stores be excluded from the distance restrictions of new adult use stores. I commend all the service existing medical stores have provided to New Mexico patients and appreciate the community they've built. However, including medical stores and adult use distance restrictions will further limit licensable locations and create an additional barrier for entry for new entrepreneurs and unintentionally limit investment and job creation. Thank you again, Madam President and councilors, for all your time on this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Ward. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
I'm sorry, did you call me, Ms. Ward?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, councilors, please vote against B22, increased campgrounds and RV parks permissiveness. Please vote against A10, MXL drive-through permissiveness. Against A14, post-application facilitated meetings notification reduction. Please vote against B24. Please vote for A8, liquor and nicotine retail protections. Vote for B23, a Northwest Escarpment View Protection Ordinance. Cannabis is not a benign substance and should be regulated along the same veins as alcohol, liquor, alcohol and tobacco. Some other thoughts. A13, the P&M, that seems backward, having the city conform to a private entity's plan. Both should conform to a national standard, and the private entity can change owners and therefore names. So perhaps replace P&M everywhere in the IDO with something more generic like electrical energy provider. On A12B1, the overnight shelter. I think the cap on beds in residential areas is too high, especially if it can be doubled by an affiliated organization claiming the provision of supportive services. What is a supportive service and how many must be provided to double the cap? Finally, on the A6B4 geographic responsiveness issue, there are other statements of general policy goal in the IDO as an introduction to specific requirements, for example, in the protection overlay areas. So there is that kind of precedent in the IDO. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Metro. Metro, please unmute yourself or free turn your video on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I'm speaking with regard to the small area amendment for the Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO2. I am a member of the LLC that owns the property in the southwest corner of Paseo del Norte and Kimmick, and that tract of land is about a half mile west of the Petroglyph National Monument as you go along Valencia Road. Our group, we really don't oppose having some conditions put on the escarpment to kind of protect particularly with the drainage. We can see some advantage on the drainage with less density, and then also views from down below and even from up above. What we don't understand is why it's following an impact area line that follows Paseo del Norte for about 2,000 feet up this from the escarpment on the top. And what that does is it incorporates the property that we have. It makes more sense if you're trying to protect the drainage and the views on the escarpment to follow the escarpment, the conservancy line, not that impact area line that was kind of, it looks like it, reading the 1989 Northwest Escarpment Plan, it looks like it was just kind of an arbitrary line they set because, you know, Paseo Norte wasn't even built till 20 years later. So I asked that the council and their staff take a relook at that as far as where they are extending those around particularly around those extensions that go up along the alignment.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Lawrence Wells. Mr. Wells, I see you coming on there. Your time will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Wells, can you check your side there? It looks like your sound's not coming through, but it looks like you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, I have a apparently faulty microphone plug. I'm here to offer a legal perspective, Madam President, councilors, on the matter that was addressed by your immediately preceding speaker. That's the Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO2. In February of 2020, my client, who has property at the intersection of Paseo and Kimmick Drive, had a zone change from MXL to MXM, and the EPC made a specific finding in that case that the MXM zone would be more advantageous to the community. The council did not disturb that finding, and the height and use limitations of the VPO2 will substantially reverse that zoning decision. It'll constitute a downzoning, and because it's only a small number of properties that would be involved, this disparate impact would need to satisfy the requirements of the IDO for a zone change. Those are a significant change in neighborhood conditions or a determination that a different zoning district is more advantageous. Now, since 16 months ago, there's obviously been no change in the community conditions, and I would respectfully suggest that suggesting that a different use is more advantageous now than it was 16 months ago would not be rationally sustainable. We urge you to reject the small area amendment and to adopt Councilor Jones' amendment B24. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Horvath. Ms. Horvath, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I do want to speak on that amendment 2B23. We are in support of that. All our prior plans, our prior comp plans, including this one, does acknowledge that we always plan to support our major landmarks in Albuquerque to build sensitively in this area. And at the time that this zone change took place, the Park Service and open space and the community had a lot of concern about the building heights. And I thought that the applicant said that they would work with the Park Service to keep the building heights low. So I don't know why this would be a problem. And I thought Mr. Melendres said that the building heights would not be an issue either. So I think we need to, it's just to be sensitive to this area. We are always planned to be sensitive to our unique features in Albuquerque. And this plan, B23 meets those guidelines in the comp plan. And I think Councilor Borrego outlines it very well. So I do support, we all support here on the west side B23. Real quick, with the geographic and climatic responsiveness, we are getting a lot of applications for apartments, and they're usually out-of-state developers, and they usually use the designs they've used in other states for building here.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Can I say a few more things? This would give a chance, like, how many times have you seen a building that had the best view site in town and then put no windows there to
Thank you, Renee.
enjoy it? So
I think we have your written comments as well.
okay, thank you.
I would like to read something into the record. That concludes all of our speakers today, counselors, and to the public, but I'd like to read this into the record. There was a technical issue with the YouTube link on the council agenda. An updated link has been posted on the City Council website at cabq.gov for anyone still wishing to observe the meeting via YouTube. The meeting can still always be viewed on GOV TV, Comcast Channel 16, and the GOV website. Thank you so much. Okay, counselors, that concludes all of our public comments at this point. And we already acted on items 5 through 13, which there were none. So we will move on to item number 14, final actions. Before we get started, counselors, I just want to talk a little bit about how we will proceed with our amendments. We will be looking at our non-cannabis amendments first. That would be item B1 through B7. And then we will decide the action that we would like to take regarding those particular 7 amendments. And then we will move on to our cannabis amendments. I think this will help us to be a little more efficient in terms of how we move forward. And with that, I will move to Councilor Benton and Jones. 060, Councilor Benton and Councilor Jones.
Councilor Benton, it's all yours.
I'm having trouble getting my document up. I believe this is
Councilor Benton, would you like me to read it for you?
Yeah, if you could please, and then once you take it off.
Okay, so this is 060, adopting text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance, section 14 through 16 for the 2020 IDO annual update, and IDO is Integrated Development Ordinance, including text amendments for small mapped areas. And Councilor, would you like to move that?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I'll move a due pass.
I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. With that, we will proceed to our presentation regarding the non-cannabis amendments. And then once we have concluded with that, we will come back and we will do the cannabis only amendments. Ms. Morris.
Good afternoon, Madam President, councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you today with the 2020 IDEO annual update. I have a presentation where I can bring up some slides if you think that'll be helpful for you to have a slide on the screen as we go. Otherwise, I can also just describe things. It's at your wish.
If I may, Madam President.
Councillor Jones?
Ms. Morris, I think it would be great if you had a slide on the screen so that the people at home and those of us who get confused can see what's going on. Thank you.
Great. Madam Chair, councillors, so here is the first slide gives us a little bit of background information. We're on June 17th. This is our second council meeting on this matter. And as our council president just mentioned, we have two packets. We have the cannabis amendments and everything else, basically. And so starting out with those other matters, the first of those amendments is B1, overnight shelter. This amendment proposes to limit beds for an overnight shelter based on the underlying zone district. This has been revised since it was initially made available to the public to allow for the bed limitation to double if supportive services are provided on site and a good neighbor agreement is also in place. Any questions on this one? Councillors, would you like me to do a summary of the 7 non-cannabis amendments and then do some voting, or would you like
Yes. Yes, Petra, that would be the process that I'd like to follow.
Madam Chair, Councillor, sorry, I got myself a bit confused there.
Just,
Okay.
just for the sake of non-confusion.
Yes. Sorry, I'm easily confused these days. So continuing, Madam President, councillors, so B2, this is an amendment in response to some changes that the state made in relation to the liquor licenses. The state made some revisions to allow for alcohol delivery. And so this amendment just makes our definitions for bar and restaurant compliant with those state changes at the state level. B3, this amendment revises, makes also some revisions in relation to some changes made at the state level in terms of food processing. The state had a home food preparation bill that allows people to make food in their own home. And so this makes some revisions to the home occupation use in the IDO in order to come into compliance with the state. Amendment B4, climatic and geographic responsiveness. This amendment proposes to strike section 5.2, requiring the climatic analysis, which talks about solar, where the sun hits windows and walls, and then geographic responsiveness analysis, which asks for an analysis on views. The next 3 amendments have a slightly different numbering, as our B numberings are based on when the amendments were drafted rather than the order that you have them this evening. So B22, campgrounds in the NRSU, non-residential sensitive use zone district. This amendment takes campground and RV park, which is currently 1 use, and breaks it into 2 different uses. The campground use would become would remain a non-residential sensitive use zone district, like it is today in the zone code, IDO, which would require going to the EPC. And then RV parks as a separate use would be conditional in the mixed use medium and permissive in the non-residential commercial and non-residential business park zone districts, per the revisions at LUPS on these amendments. Amendment B23. This one is one of two amendments about the Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO. These two amendments conflict with each other. One amendment would keep the revisions, which is this one, B23, would keep the proposed changes to the Heights sub-area. And this amendment has been revised to add an additional policy justification. And then, Amendment B24 would strike the changes proposed in their entirety. Madam Chair, and with that, that leads us to the end of the 7 amendments that are not about cannabis use.
Thank you, Petra. Ms. Morris, we will conclude with the presentation, and I will ask counselors if they have questions regarding any of the amendments that are being proposed at this time. And I can't see my hand raising element here.
Councilor Davis.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Davis, and then, yes, Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just, point of clarification, do we want to discuss these now or just take them up as we bring each of them up? I do have a couple of questions on individual ones, but I think they're pretty easy to dispose of. But how would you like to proceed?
Councilor Davis, what I'd like for counselors to ask any questions that they have, and then we'll vote on them one at a time. And that way we can get these off the table.
If that's the case, Ms. Morris or the sponsor council.
I can't hear you, Councilor Davis. I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Madam President. If that's the case, I'd like to ask Ms. Morris or perhaps the sponsor, Councilor Benton, a question about the environmental amendment, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Morris or Councilor Benton, if it's better for you, I just wanted a little clarification. I got a copy of an email from the mayor's office that was sent out from Ms. Rader that asked community organizations to call the city council and oppose the city council's push for this amendment that would remove the unenforceable climate language from the IDO that deals with where buildings are located and what uses are allowed, and the plan to put them, but it didn't mention that the council intended to put them in the design manual that would have the enforcement. Ms. Morris, do I recall from the notes through the EPC process that the administration's own planning department requested this change so that they could enforce the rules, and they recognized that they were not able to enforce the language as it existed in the IDO?
Madam Chair, councillors, I think so. The language that we have proposed in the IDO through the geographic and climatic responsiveness. One of the, I did read Miss Grammer's email, and one of the things that was a little bit challenging in there is that the reason that this is proposed to be removed from the IDO is that an analysis is asked for, but it doesn't actually require anyone to make any changes to their design, which is a policy kind of analysis. The IDO is intended to be a regulatory document. And so if we're not asking people to make actual changes to their development, the IDO isn't really the right place for this. And so the proposal is that this would go into a design guidelines book, which there was a budget amendment passed for, I think, $50,000 to work on this design guidelines book. That is the appropriate place for this kind of policy language. And I do believe that the planning department has started some initial work on doing such a design guidelines book. And that is something that they are interested in. However, I will say that the climatic and geographic responsiveness language did come from an effort within the planning department. So in terms of the unenforceableness of this, I don't know if the planning department has spoken to that.
Thank you, Madam President and Ms. Morrison. If Councilor Benton's next, I'll just defer to him and say, yeah, I do support this for the reasons that I think we ought to put it in a document we can enforce, and having policy language in the IDO doesn't help anybody if it doesn't require anybody to do anything to comply. And it seemed very subjective to me when I read it in terms of saying you should consider it, but we're not going to do anything about it if you don't take action on climate. I think it's important that we do it the right way. And I wanted to put the cart and the horse in the right order, saying that this council had already passed a budget amendment to fund the creation of the design manual, and this would be the next step, which is removing it here so it can be placed there. I just wanted to clarify, because I thought the public statement from the administration was sort of half informed or half sharing, and I wanted to be sure it was clear that we're not just deleting this, and we had already taken steps to make this an enforceable document for the first time. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Councilor Davis, for bringing this up. I'm still not clear exactly how we're going to debate these one at a time, which I think they certainly merit. Just a little bit of background. I, in my professional life, was an architect. I focused my entire career on two factors, really. Affordable housing and sustainable design. I mean, these are the primary drivers of our firm's work and the work that we sought. So I'll take no backseat to anyone with regard to my support for the intention. Seemingly, I think the intention of these provisions were noble and correct, but the devil's in the details. This is a regulatory document. This is not a suggestion to someone. There's no language in here, if you read it, that says how, other than requiring the design professionals to supposedly consider these factors, there's no language whatsoever that would have their work be checked by anyone in the planning department. And I would venture to say that very few people in the building safety division, which would be reviewing applications for permits. And in this case, the way it's written, prior to even a site plan being approved, that this would be a consideration. There's no capacity in the planning department to review this. We had these discussions and asked these same questions in committee, and it was clear that this was an aspirational type of provision with regard to just talking about the energy requirements right now, or the requirements to consider solar impacts on the building face, and how they should be excluded. You know, solar needs to be excluded in the summer and allowed in the ideal situation to let in during the deep part of the winter. Totally in agreement with that, but there's nothing regulatory in this language. Therefore, it does not belong in a regulatory document, which is what the IDO is. Let me just talk about the view protection, because that was also mentioned by some of the public speakers. And I really think it's a shame that people were riled up without fully understanding what the objections are to this. The view protection, or a view consideration, is problematic in the IDO. From the regulatory standpoint, it's the same problem. There's no mechanism to check the work of the design professional other than them, I guess, providing something, but there's not even any mention of how that something would be reviewed by
waiting
a
for
third
them
party.
to finish.
So that's one issue with the view protection, similar to that of the energy considerations. The other problem is our zoning codes have never protected, except in unusual circumstances, like the view of a volcano in the Northwest Mesa. There are no protections for, and that's protecting seeing that geographic feature from a distance. From individual properties, there is no right to a view. And what sort of view? I mean, is it a peephole that you put in the side of the building? You could say that that's providing a view. Is it a 1 foot by 1 foot window? You could say that that's providing a view. The intention here was to make better looking buildings. And I think we're going about this the wrong way. And again, this kind of aspirational language does not belong in a regulatory document like the IDO. And if you want to put it in there, you need to describe exactly how it will be enforced, not just suggested, and who will be doing that enforcement. So this is the main reason. I don't object to any of these concepts. Certainly, if there's a good view, a good designer should try to consider it, but that's very difficult to enforce, and definitely is not guaranteed that it will exist a few years later when somebody builds another building next door. So this is really the wrong approach. I think Ms. Feebleman was cut off. Unfortunately, I was trying to let her finish what she was saying, but I believe, pretty sure she was saying that and speak on behalf of the Sierra Club, that we should tackle these issues, that the council and the mayor together, administration and the council together, should tackle these issues with regard to climate responsiveness. The views is a different story. I don't know. I don't think she was speaking to that. And most people are talking about sustainable design, which.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm not finished, Madam President. Let me finish
okay.
my explanation of this, since we're going to be voting on it. This will probably be my last chance to do so. But first of all, I want to just defend my intentions, which certainly are not to torpedo these ideas, but rather to put them with some kind of teeth where we could actually enforce them fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to remind everyone that we have Ms. Morris answering questions, and we will be coming to each one by one, and you'll still have an opportunity to speak on each one. But since we have Ms. Morris and Ms. Schultz with us right now, this is an opportunity to ask them questions. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I think you might have answered my question, but let's make it very clear here to the council and, of course, the people watching. So would you please describe how exactly we are addressing this? Are we working on our two separate lists of IDO amendments that we're looking on? Are we going to
Councillor, we are going to...
I'm sorry, may I ask the question first, Madam President?
I was going to answer you. I thought you were done. Okay.
No, ma'am, I'll stop when I'm done. Thank you. My question is, are we going to address each one of the items individually? Are we going to have them explain out what they do? And will we be able to ask questions and discuss the best approach per our decision? And will we be allowed to amend and then vote yes or no to keep the item on the list to be included? Those are the questions, Madam President. Thank you.
Councillor, are you done?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said thank you. That was
thank you. Okay. Sometimes on the video, I see you guys pause, and I'm not sure if you're done or not. So that's why I say, that's why I ask. As I mentioned earlier, we will address the non-cannabis items one by one. If you remember when I started, Petra Morris was going to give a summary of each, and we would have questions of Petra or Shanna. And then we will go back and address each one by one. So we will move each item one by one. Then we will come back and we will work on our cannabis ones. And we will move in the same process. We will have staff give a summary, and then we will come back and ask them any questions or have any questions answered, but we will also have the opportunity as we move them one by one to come back and ask questions or answer questions or move any amendments. Is that clear?
That was very clear, and I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, counselors, I don't see any other hands raised for Ms. Morris or Ms. Schultz, but they are, of course, will be in the chat room. So with that, we will move on to amendment number 1. And I believe that's Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis, are you there still? Counselor Davis? There you are.
I am, ma'am. Thank you.
Counselor Davis, would you like to address amendment number B1, which is overnight shelter?
Yes, ma'am. I would move Amendment B1. Amendment B1, as we've heard from members of the public.
Did I lose him? Counselor Davis, you're muted.
I got a notice that I was removed from the meeting. So let me try that again. Madam President, Amendment B1, as we've heard from members of the public and as we know well, addresses what we found to be a gap in the IDO, in that it would allow any a current shelter an unlimited capacity in any area of town. What we're trying to address with this amendment is to be sure that with any new shelters we're opening, that they open with a capacity that can be maintained by a neighborhood's carrying capacity, the ability to serve those people, to help those people, and in keeping with our vision for the mayor's distributed services model across our city. We can still hear you, Madam President. But in keeping with the mayor's plan for distributed services, ensuring that shelters that are spread across the city are allowed to operate and can have more than those minimum number of beds if they provide on-site services that help transition people to housing. And I think that's an important piece of this, is that we want to ensure that we're not just warehousing people, that we're actually encouraging the development of service centers, including those that provide overnight shelter, as long as there's an option for someone to start working on permanent housing when they're ready to do so. And that's a critical difference. Our existing folks will be grandfathered in. All of our good shelters already provide these services. We just want to ensure that new ones, whether they're operated by the city or otherwise, would do the same. And so I would move Amendment B1.
Okay, Counselor, thank you. So we have a motion. Do I have a second? And let me just remind the counselors, before we start debating on anything, we have to have a motion and a second. So do I have a second on Counselor Davis's motion for Amendment B1? I need a second. And I have a second from Counselor Bassan. Okay, counselors, so I will ask if there are any questions regarding overnight shelter Amendment B1, non-cannabis. Counselor Benson. Counselor Benson, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. I'm not sure if this is a question for sponsor or staff, or maybe our legal advisors. But is there, I understand the intent here and I appreciate it, but is there any other way in which, other than the zone, in which we could define, I think a lot of this, of course, is stemming from the big kahuna that's on our plate right now, which is the Gateway Center, for us to, as a council, and perhaps as the administration, if they would so choose, to deal with these capacities and numbers outside of the zoning code.
I would have to defer that probably to legal, Counselor Benton, Mr. Melendres, or somebody from Mayor's Legal.
Madam President, Counselor Benton, that's a great question. The City Council, beyond zoning, has the authority to impose policies and laws that would generally support the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. I haven't been presented with that question before about alternatives to the IDO, but I think it's not outside of the realm of possibility that there may be additional methods to impose policy for the city through the city council relative to the type of projects that are being discussed here.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam President, Chris, and that would be via probably a policy resolution, most likely, as opposed to this, which is an ordinance. Am I right?
Madam President and Councilor Benton, I think that both avenues would probably be possible to the extent that the council wanted to explore policies that were within its authority to set policy for the city relative to overnight shelters outside of the IDO. That could be done through a resolution. We have ordinances also in the form of law on a number of things that guide the way the city functions and what is possible with city resources. And so that's not outside of the realm either.
Thank you. And then just one quick question, last question. With regard to the R zones, residential zones, with the 10 maximum, I know that we're required to allow group homes by federal law in our zoning code. Are there numbers attached with that federal law? You know, in residential zones, I don't think we can prohibit a group home for this type of purpose.
Thank you, Madam President and Councilor Benton. We do have an answer to that question. I'm going to defer to Ms. Schultz to answer that for you.
Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Benson, group homes and community residential facilities are two separate land uses in the IDO that are separate and distinct from an overnight shelter. And those uses do talk about not bed limits, but how many persons can be in those homes.
Would this effectively expand then, especially if these services are being provided in addition to the shelter itself in a residential zone? This would be increasing, this would be a significant increase in those numbers in a residential zone, would it not?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, one of the distinct features about an overnight shelter occurring in a residential zone is an overnight shelter is not actually a permitted use in any of the residential zone districts. The only way that an overnight shelter could occur in a residential zone district is if it's associated with a religious institution. As a part of their mission, an overnight shelter could be an accessory use to the religious institution itself. So other than that, the city, for example, cannot open up an overnight shelter in a residential zone. This can only occur when associated with a religious institution.
And so this would apply to a religious institution then? Or
Madam President, Councilor Benton, in terms of an overnight shelter, a religious institution is the only type of institution that could do an overnight shelter in any of those R zones, R1, RT, RML, etc.
I understand, but in terms of you're allowed to do it, but these numbers would place limitations on that, or this amendment would place limitation on those numbers.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam President, Councilor Benton, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Benson. We are going to go back to Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make this very quick. I think Ms. Schultz, don't go too far. I think you opened an interesting question I wanted to clarify for my own amendment. Without this amendment, if one of those religious institutions, for example, wanted to open a shelter in any residential neighborhood, and I'm going to pick on Councilor Bassan for a second and say that a church in her neighborhood chose to convert their gym or fellowship hall to a shelter because that's part of their mission. Without this amendment, could they do so with an unlimited capacity if they believed that that service was part of their calling?
Madam President, Councillor Davis, as far as I understand, there would not be limits on an overnight shelter under those terms that you just described. A religious institution wanting to dedicate a portion of their existing church facility to these uses, there are no limits in the IDO today on that.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam Schultz, Ms. Schultz, my last question. I'm just picking on some of the things that I can think of off the top of my head, but if President Borrego is developing, working to develop a lot of city resources on the Cibola Loop, for example, on the west side. There's some affordable housing there, but there's also some private land. And so if someone in one of those mixed use areas chose to open an overnight shelter without this limit in a mixed use area, say on Cibola Loop, to take advantage of all those new city resources, without this, there would also be an unlimited capacity for that in that neighborhood as well. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councillor Davis, yes, there are no capacity limits on overnight shelters in the IDO today.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that answers my question. And again, I want to reinforce, I'm not opposed to our shelters. In fact, I want to expand many more of them and have partnered to help do so at the Trumbull Community Compassion Center with the Trumbull Church and their neighborhood association, with the Tiny Home Village and the Indian Center, et cetera. I just think they're better served when they have services on site and don't simply warehouse folks. And I hope that we can pass this amendment. And so I'll use that as a close if there are no
Councillor, before you close, to follow up on your question, something came to mind as we were discussing it, and I just want to ask the staff about it. In the event of an emergency, community emergency, and we needed to have, shelters for people that maybe needed to move out of their houses or something like that, God forbid. But we never expected the pandemic either, right? Would that prohibit either churches or large facilities from having overnight shelters? How would that work, go forward?
Madam President, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. So as we experienced going into the pandemic, emergency situations do present special circumstances relative to a number of things. As we saw, this body even had the ability, at least in this instance, to meet in order to deal with emergency matters. And the city also has an ordinance for the ability to declare emergencies and special under quote unquote normal circumstances that is enforceable under the IDO. There are opportunities to relieve those limitations in emergency circumstances, as we saw happen over the past summer. So these types of rules, to the extent that they're enacted into the IDO, would apply. However, I think an emergency circumstance would give the opportunity to either waive those through an emergency declaration or for the council to quickly revisit if necessary. Although I think the latter option would probably be excessive and maybe not necessary, at least at the beginning.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I see Councillor Gibson has raised her hand, Councillor Davis. So if you will just yield for a minute, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make this really very brief. First of all, I just wanted to, talk about the existing shelters that we have now. I believe they're all under 100 capacity, and most of them have special focuses. Maybe, I don't know, aspects of population or needs. So there's that. And those are the ones that work well. The other thing that I wanted to mention is we talked about the legal ability that churches or faith-based groups have. The thing that wasn't noted in recent discussion is that they just don't have the capacity that city government or county government or even state government has. So that's kind of a reach. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that I'm really sorry, but I cannot support this. It almost feels like we are trying to limit people because of their condition, uh, and how many people can be in an area according to their condition. So what we're trying to do, I think we all agree that we want to get people off the streets, and I don't see this as a good way to do that. I think the city, better than any other entity out there, is best equipped to manage something like Gateway, better than most any entity I can think of. And so I'm sorry, as I'll just repeat myself, that I won't be able to support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. And there's a couple of counselors have raised their hand. So I'm going to go to, I think Counselor Jones was first and then Counselor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. This is, I think we're all confused on, or at least I am, on what we're trying to do with the shelter and the housing and the help to homeless and people in need. When this type of situation first hit the light of day about 3.5 years ago, we were talking about a major build of a new facility in the northeast part of town with all kinds of facilities provided, and that would have been overnight shelter, medical care, education, training for women, families, men, children, everyone. And that has evolved to, as I see it, potentially small residential areas, very, very small, without all those services provided throughout the community, and now to a very large building that we are now wanting to spend the kind of money we would have spent on a facility that provided all of these other services and housed many people, to include, again, education and help with women and children and men. And now we have something that's showing us kind of completely different. My major concern here is, if we can't decide what we're going to do, how can we decide how we're going to run it and how we're going to control it and manage it? This is a very large building that affects a number of residents who are used to an office building that had any number of patients. There was a lot of in and out. This was a medical facility with another medical facility nearby. So I don't think that's the major issue. I think the major issue here is the unknown, the ambiguity of what the facility is going to be. And therefore, how do we handle this? I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this. I don't like not knowing what I'm really voting on and what it's going to do, whether I vote yes or no. I would really like to know what the rest of the plan is for the facility. If we're going to, I mean, am I okay to talk about, since we all know what property we're talking about? If we're going to keep it as an office building, why did we spend all of our money that's to be used to help homeless and near homeless and people in need? Why did we spend it on an office building? If it's, I don't understand what we're doing here. It's very confusing for me. It's very difficult for me to put together the pieces of money, service, and use. So I am prone to vote for Councillor Davis's motion simply because I don't know what this is going to be used for. So I will wait and hear what other councillors have to say and see if someone can tell me that this is a good use of city money. And that is basically what we're supposed to do as councillors, is use our money wisely and provide as much as we can for the citizens with that money. So thank you, Madam President. I won't speak again on this topic. I'll let you carry on without me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Senna?
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate the sponsor in trying to overall think of the issue of our unsheltered community. But I want to just, talk on some of the points that was raised by our public comment, and really also the study that we had through the Urban Institute, where homelessness in Albuquerque has nearly quadrupled in the span of 2013 to 2019. And knowing that the pandemic has really also put a lot of vulnerable communities in situations where they may face homelessness now, and with the moratorium as well, I think that thinking of how we invest the funds, how that taxpayers approved of in creating a space to really address the population, whether it's the 567 that was accounted from the study, which we know is probably a lot more considering this community is a migrant community. So I just want to be sure that we're thinking through as to how we best address our homeless community. And I think, Councillor Gibson said it best in terms of what we're doing as a city and trying to move forward with those plans. So I can't support this amendment, and I hope that we can further conversations about how we, what shelters will look like in our community. Just knowing that, for example, the West Side Emergency Housing Center, which is being utilized, and it wasn't supposed to be utilized how it is. It was supposed to be a winter shelter as an emergency overflow, and now it's being utilized, and it is really quite far from the rest of the resources. We're spending more in terms of transporting individuals around the city to get where they need to go to connect to services, to get towards permanent housing. So, knowing that that's in my district and seeing how it's really impacting, where sometimes if a bus isn't available and people want to leave, then that's quite a far walk. If those that don't know where the West Side Emergency Housing Center is, it's near our Double Eagle Airport. It's really quite far in the district. So I just want to think through and as to how we provide services for this community and really address the issue of homelessness within our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. I don't see any other hands up, any councillors. So I'm going to go back to our sponsor of this amendment. And Councillor, after you have done your closing statement before we vote, I'm going to go back to Mr. Melendres, because I want all of us to understand our vote once our vote is taken and what that means in terms of moving forward with the amendments. And that would apply to each amendment as we vote on them. So with that, Councillor Davis to close, and then to Mr. Melendres, but prior to our vote. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to address those two questions that I thought were left hanging very quickly. I appreciate and I share Councillor Benton's interest in creating a city policy for how city shelters could be operated with services, et cetera. But I want to remind us that, and it kind of gets to Councillor Senna's point, that number one, I don't think it's likely that the city employees are going to be operating and running the Gateway shelter. We know through our public meetings and our hearings that we're looking for, the administration is looking for a nonprofit likely provider to manage that service in that location. And so as much as I appreciate that we could do this through policy for city facilities, except for the West Side shelter, perhaps, I'm not sure that that would be useful for in the future. But on the larger sense, it gets back to the point that we do understand, and Councillor Senna made an excellent point. I've only been here 6 years, and the West Side shelter has been approved as a temporary seasonal facility 4 of those 6 years, and we finally gave up pretending it was temporary last year before the pandemic. Precisely because we have a big population of people who need assistance and shelter. And the Gateway Center, as my colleague from the West Side pointed out, was approved by voters, not just as $14 million to do something, but to do a gateway center to transition people to housing. as recent as last week, we've had some pieces of meetings with various neighborhood stakeholders. In the last meeting, the administration still failed to bring a plan for how the gateway will operate, an inventory of available housing to help those people. And I think that is the real concern from homeless providers as well, is that we would just create another place to hide people in a corner of town that most voters don't spend time in. And the people who do live there every day and understand the character and the culture and the community and the sense of togetherness that comes from living in the neighborhood with so many challenges, they're telling us through public comment and others that they welcome a plan. They don't welcome a warehouse that just transfers someone else's problems to a different part of town. And I think that's what they're asking for. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that when we open a new facility, we should give people the option for housing. That's what this does, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Davis, for your close. I will go to Mr. Melendez so he can explain the vote once we vote on each amendment.
Madam President, thank you for the invitation to comment on this. Each amendment, once voted upon, if voted in the affirmative, will become a part of the underlying bill, which is O-2160. If voted down, then the inverse would occur. It would not become part of that underlying bill. And so once the vote goes through on each of these, and to the extent it's beneficial for the public, an affirmative vote makes it part of the bill. Even if the bill is deferred to another meeting, that amendment sticks with that bill and it carries forward. A rule of procedure is that we're not supposed to take repetitive motions. And so if a amendment fails, that same exact amendment, it would not be proper for it to be removed. So either now or at a subsequent meeting for the same bill. So once an amendment is voted down, if at all, it should not be resurrected in its same form at a future meeting, even if the bill is deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. With that, we will go to the vote on Amendment B1, overnight shelter. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Jones.
Counselor Jones, you're muted.
No.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Fails on a 1-8 vote.
Thank you, counselors. We will move on to item B2, which is liquor state changes. And who is the sponsor on this bill? I'm sorry. Counselor Bassan, would you like to explain your bill?
Thank you, Madam.
Before you do, I need a second.
You want a motion, Madam President?
Yes, I'm sorry, Counselor Bassan, yes.
Okay.
I can't see my screen for hands and such.
That's okay. I would like to make a motion for Amendment B2. This yep, now it's on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Moya. This is changing some definitions to align with the state. So it's making the changes for bar and for restaurant in responses to the recent changes to the Liquor Control Act. Their changes bring the definitions into conformity with the anticipated changes to licensing that could allow a business to have alcohol delivery service. Really, it's a technical cleanup so that we can be in line with what the state just passed as far as alcohol delivery.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. I will second your motion.
I'm happy to try to answer any questions or have Ms. Morris or Ms.
Are there any questions of counselors? It does not appear so, Counselor Bassan. With that, we will move to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on a 9-0. We will move on to item B3, food processing. And I believe this is also Counselor Bassan. Oh, Counselor Jones, I'm sorry. I don't have that in front of me.
Thank you, Madam President. This came from the administration. So if I could have Ms. Morris or Ms. One of our people, Shanna Schultz, explain this to us. I think it's fairly simple to understand, but let them go through the
Ms.
formality.
Schultz, would you like to? See it. Now I see it.
Madam President.
Councilor Jones, sure. And
Madam President, Councilor Jones, sure, I'd be happy to explain this one. This one is very similar in nature to the liquor amendment that Councilor Bassan just proposed, only in relation to homemade foods. At the state legislature this year, House Bill 177, the Homemade Food Act, passed, which set forth some allowances for folks to produce non-perishable food in their home and then sell that. And so we're just shifting some of the terminology and definitions in the home occupation use of the IDO, as you can see on the screen here, to be in compliance with House Bill 177.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Counselor Jones.
Urge your support.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Point
second.
of order.
Point of order.
Excuse me?
I believe we did not move.
Counselor Jones moved her item, and I believe I seconded the item.
Okay.
I missed it too, Counselor.
And Counselor Bassan also did. So, Counselor Jones, go ahead.
Urge your support.
Thank you, counselors. Any other questions? If not, we will move to the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that yes?
Yes.
Sorry, it broke up for me. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment number 3.
Thank you, counselors. And the staff just pointed out to me where on these sheets it says who the sponsor is. So I am clear on that now. Our next item is item B4. This is climactic and geographic responsiveness. This is Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move B4. Did I have that right? Yes. I'll move B4, and this is geographic responsiveness and climate responsiveness. I think we've kind of pretty
I'll
much.
second that, Madam President.
Thank you. I think we
Thank
pretty
you, Counselor
much.
Jones. We have a motion and a second. Counselor Benton, go ahead.
Thanks. I think we pretty much sliced and diced this, but I'm happy to take any questions before we close and vote on it.
Do any other counselors have questions regarding this item? Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question. I guess maybe this one is for Petra or Ms. Schultz. For the purpose of the IDO, I noticed that that's not also, some of it's not exactly enforceable or regulatory, but is that different to what the rest of the IDO speaks to?
Madam Chair, councillors, there is an opening section to the IDO that contains some policy statements about what the intent of the IDO is. Aside from that, everything else in the IDO is regulatory in nature and should therefore be enforced. And so that is kind of the concern with this one, is that the enforceable part is that it's asking you for an analysis. There's the regulation, please provide an analysis, but the normally when you provide something, there's a action that follows it. And this is requiring an analysis, but no actual action. I think that was what Councillor Benton was trying to get at earlier with the discussion on this. Does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah, I mean, it sort of does. I think there are different points I want to, I mean, if we're going to evaluate every, I guess, suggestion that's not exactly regulatory within the IDO, that would be an interesting meeting as well, an amendment. But I also just want to note in particular to this one, why I find it's important to leave in the IDO is just having record and asking, right? Analysis will be included in the application for site plans. It's a public record. And until the design manual is released, I would like to at least have this there before we remove the rest of the language in response to keeping us accountable, but also those that are applying just as a form of public record. So I can't support this, but I understand the intent of what Councillor Benton is trying to do, because I would like to see more teeth as well, and would really love to see whether it's policies like we stated previously to address what shelters would look like throughout our city, and same thing for how we're addressing climate change. So I would like to see and would love to be part of that discussion too, Councillor Benton, because I think it's a worthy thing to do, and really having it in front of policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. Councillor Benton, I just had a question, and maybe you can answer this for me. And I completely respect your respective discipline and your years of experience. But I was contacted by the group who actually worked on this, and some of the members wrote to me, and for some, and they wrote to me in opposition of this particular amendment. And I guess my question is, I mean, they worked on this for years, or not years, but months at least, and maybe a couple of years. And I just would like to know, do you have any comment regarding that? Because they did write to me in opposition and asked for my support of that opposition. So I'd like to hear the other side of the story.
Madam President, thank you for that. Yes, and I received those same emails from many people who are colleagues of mine or work with me as consultants or partners. But we did receive those from some folks in the professional community, landscape architects and so forth. By the way, landscape is a very important issue that's also mentioned. I think it's mentioned in the proposed language. But so I appreciate the volunteerism of all those people who participated, and I appreciate their professional standing and understanding of the issues. But I don't think they quite got the fact that this is just putting everybody through an exercise with no guaranteed outcome. And that was how I responded to them. So, that wouldn't you rather have something, that has some teeth to it, where we can demonstrate or question these analyses that people would do, and there would be somebody in the staff that could do that, or maybe even a consultant that would be hired to evaluate these types of applications or these types of analyses. So that's why I just don't think it's ready for prime time. I strongly support the intent and appreciate the intent of the planning department who initiated the discussion.
Just a question of staff. So in the planning department and in review of different policies that we have, there are some items that are regulatory and some items that are, sort of voluntary. Is that not correct, Shanna? We do have some areas that the staff also reviews maybe more on a subjective level. Is that correct?
Madam President, my understanding of how the IDO operates is that every provision either is or should be regulatory. We do have one discretionary, I guess two discretionary boards, including the City Council, who can make some discretionary decisions on things like site plans. That would be the Environmental Planning Commission and the City Council, but the standards themselves in the IDO are intended to be you meet it or you don't, and not really offer the kind of in-between gray area that previous codes and sector plans have offered. When the ABC to Z project first started, there was a pretty explicit intention to split out policy from regulation because it was hard to enforce and make the distinction sometimes, and that got some property owners into some nasty appeals. And so the IDO has tried really hard to maintain its regulatory nature and to maintain the integrity of that regulatory nature. And putting in policy language such as this kind of deviates from the original intention of the ABC to Z project.
Apologize, I was muted. My question is not specific to the IDO. There's other documents that we have in the planning department, and some requirements that are subjective and not completely defined. Is that correct?
Madam President, aside from the comprehensive plan, I would invite Ms. Morris to chime in on this as well. I cannot think of any planning documents that are currently adopted and enforced that would be policy related outside of the comprehensive plan.
Madam Councilors, I agree with Shauna that the adopted codes in the in the planning department are all regulatory in nature, with the exception of the comprehensive plan, which is where our policy lives.
What about the development process manual? Are those all regulatory as well?
Madam Chair, yes, the development process manual is a regulatory document. To deviate from it does require a waiver system.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see Councilor Bassan. Councilor Bassan, are you there? There you are.
Unmuting, thank you. I wish I would have thought of this question a long time ago, so my apologies, but sometimes we get our little light bulb moments. Since the problem with this is that there's no action follow-up to the policy, which I agree is problematic, instead of removing this policy now and doing this design manual later, which I realize is soon, but soon as far as government time, instead of removing it now and doing the developing manual, is there a way to add an action item to the end of it and kind of do that August, September, October, like later? Certainly not tonight. But is that an option, or has that been thought of?
Counselor, that would require a deferral, I believe.
No, ma'am, I'm just asking a question on if it's an option. Have we thought of if there is an action item, or what are we going to be looking at instead of removing it and then putting it back maybe someday once there is an action item? Maybe just consider not doing it tonight, or not withdrawing it tonight or removing it, but adding that action item eventually.
Madam Chair, councillors, I think that going beyond the required analysis would be kind of a larger endeavor, because we would need to work out what those actions items were, which is for the climatic, that would be relatively easy to address, but for the view language, that would be quite challenging to talk about what views we wanted to regulate, because right now the argument is that we're just asking for an analysis. We're not protecting anyone's views from their property. And so for that portion of the analysis to add additional regulations to that, I think would go quite a bit further than perhaps was the intent of the original folks working on this. For the solar stuff, that could be done, but I think would probably be better done in a future annual update once staff had an opportunity to work out, okay, if you're going to require that these windows have some sort of shading, you would need to work on what that appropriate amount is. And that would be something that the planning department would probably want to work on with some stuff. And so it's for this reason that really this is better addressed in this design guidelines booklet that's proposed, because taking this on with additional requirements, I think goes further than the intent of the original folks putting this forward, and potentially maybe further than the intent of the council.
Madam President, if I may follow up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So I hesitate to remove something from here because I agree that we need the action items. I agree that the analysis is valid and we should have that too. But I hesitate to remove something from the IDO right now when it sounds like this design guidelines is going to be creating the action items. And we're going to have to probably do all these steps anyway. There are going to be a large endeavor, but there's such a huge outpouring and outcry from the community that's where, and I'm sure you all are aware of where I stand with a lot of this stuff, but I like things that make sense. I think that Councilor Benton, some of what you're doing makes sense, but I don't know if we have to do it now, especially when the public, why can't we leave it in there now, work on it, and then move on after we've perfected it, whether it's removing it then with the action item or adding an action item later. I don't know if that was a real question or if it's rhetorical, but now you all have it.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Benton, did you want to respond?
Or I just, I would be happy to work with other counselors in the community who have come forth with this, and the planning department for that matter, to do a resolution that would outline a path forward with this type of regulation. My fundamental, as one of the original sponsors of the IDO and somebody who worked with codes my whole life, I really appreciated it when it was clear what you shall do and not what you may do or might do, or perhaps, we've oftentimes in the past, when we are formulating regulatory language, we try to avoid those squishy words and say shall do this and that and the other. And I get that's kind of where I'm coming from with regard to, I guess in a way it's my own little defense of the IDO as a regulatory document. But I totally agree that we ought to have regulations and we ought to develop these regulations, and that would be a step forward. Of course, this is not in the IDO now. This is, well, technically it is, because it was put forth by the EPC and it was drafted into the IDO. But when I saw it, a red light just went off.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilor Gibson, and then back to Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. So it seems to me that we're counting the number of angels on a pinhead. We're not going to be losing anything by removing this from the IDO. We won't be losing the language. We won't be losing the intent. It sounds like we're all on board with that. And furthermore, if that doesn't give the doubters, who are having some trouble going along with this, if that doesn't, give them the level of comfort that they need, this stuff gets archived, right? I mean, we don't just throw away the old IDO book and bring in another one. And all I'm saying is that nothing is going to be lost. It would just be relocated in a more suitable place. So I will vote for this. I think it's a good idea. I think it's really an important practice to keep these two things separate. So we sounds like there was an error maybe, or good intentions, but didn't work out well. So we have an opportunity to clean it up. I say we clean it up. Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple things following up with that there. So we might not be gaining anything, or we might not be losing anything because of the archives, but we're not necessarily gaining anything at this moment when we're going to be moving it and relocating to sort of a limbo for now. And limbo is not really what people are asking for. But I think that even if, I mean, Ms. Morris was saying that the climatic might be easy to work with and figure out and do the action items and find more of a cut and dry, but the geographic are not. So can we leave part of it? Can we leave climatic in there and find a compromise and then just take out the geographic? Or, you know, or would you rather not?
Counselor, and I want to weigh in a little bit, but, and that's why I was asking about the regulatory and kind of the guideline, I guess, because, you know, climate change is happening now. And I just really think it's really important right now for us to start getting things on the books. And living on the west side across the river, close to the petroglyphs, you know, geographic responsiveness is also very important. So, you know, while I said this earlier, and Councillor Benton, I do respect your profession and your years of experience, but I also worked in code enforcement, you know, code regulatory for many years. And I do understand the other side, which is, you know, people want to have regulatory and they want predictability, and I get that. But that does not preclude the fact that if we don't support this, that we can't move forward, because we will be having another set of amendments coming forward in the very near future. And I think we can still probably, you know, we can establish the guidelines and move forward with regulatory down the line. So, you know, I'm listening also to the people who you know, sent me information, a couple of letters, and explained to me the process that they went through to get to this point. So, I mean, for those reasons, I think it's okay to establish the guidelines and then come back with down the line if we have some regulatory decisions that have to be made, we can do that. So for that reason, I think that I'm at this point, I'm just going to support, I'm not going to support this amendment. I think that it does put in place the guidelines that we need. And I think we can continue to work with the community who has an interest in this to create those guidelines, or to make those guidelines rather regulatory. So I don't see any other counselors in the queue for statements or questions or comments. So with that, I will move to a vote. Counselors. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yeah.
Counselor Davis. Counselor
Yeah.
Davis. Thank you. Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails on a 4-5 vote.
Okay, counselors, so that fails on a 4-5 vote. We will move on to item B5, campgrounds in the NRSU zone. And let me get my bearings straight here, counselors. This is Counselor Benton. Would you like to make a motion?
Madam President, I'm not going to move this amendment.
Okay, so are you withdrawing this amendment, Counselor?
I'm not moving it.
You're just not moving it? Okay. Thank you, Counselor. And with that, we will move on to myself, which is item B6, Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO. I would move this item Counselors, I'd make a motion to move this item. Do I have a second? Counselor Senna, thank you so much for that second. Are there any questions?
Madam President
Counselor
Gibson?
Gibson, well, I also have Counselor Harris's hand up, Counselor Gibson. So
Okay.
can I hear from Counselor Harris first?
Just briefly, is
Thank
this
you.
also B23?
This
Yep.
is B23, yes,
Okay,
Counselor.
thanks.
Yeah, it's amendment number 6. 5? Oh, I'm sorry, counselors. We changed the numbering here because the other one was not moved. So this is 5. Changes to 5. Yes, Counselor Harris. Any other questions? Counselor Harris? Nope. Counselor Gibson?
So I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear it. What is the amendment number? What are we calling this?
The
Please?
amendment number, it's amendment number B5, since
Okay.
we did not move B5, the original B5. So this changes to B5, but it's also referred in your packet as B23.
Okay.
Madam President, does that mean that it is now B22? Okay, just making sure.
I'll have to ask the staff.
Madam President, just to kind of give some clarity, so you have a sheet listing of all the amendments, and this on your sheet listing is item B23. The way that they are incorporated into the bill is straight numerically based on the motions that are moved. So far, there have been 4 amendments moved. Our B22 was not moved. And so this will now be effectively our 5th amendment. And so it's amendment number 5, not B5, but just amendment number 5. But for purposes of your packet, it's referred to as amendment B23.
So if I may, Madam President.
Counselor Gibson, I was just asking the staff a technical question, but go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. I got confused. And when Ms. Morris was going through these, I missed some of that. So I think, let's see, I think Shanna's or Ms. Schultz is with us. Could we get Ms. Schultz to kind of give us a review on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, Madam President and Councillor Gibson. So B23, this is the first amendment regarding the Northwest Mesa VPO. Add some language to the explanation. You'll find that at the very end of the amendment. There are no changes in the body of the amendment itself to the text proposed for the VPO. Staff has just taken some time to add some additional policy justification for the reason of creating the new sub area in the VPO. So to be clear, there is no changes to the body of the VPO as proposed by B23. You'll just find additional text in the explanation.
Okay, so so if we pass this, will it change the way 060 looks right now?
Madam President and Councillor Gibson, yes, this would, if this amendment is passed, what would be added to the IDO is a new sub area within the existing VPO that does a number of things, namely lowers building heights to 30 feet, regardless of the zoning designation and height allowance that any given parcel may have.
So, and I understand though that we've already done that at LUPS. We did pass, so this just does that twice, maybe. Okay.
Madam President, Councillor Borrego, yes, it technically does just do it twice. That there weren't any changes between LUPS and full council to the text of the VPO, just in the explanation section, which of course does not get codified into the IDO.
Okay. So, you know, here's what bothers me, and I'll just talk very frankly here. We did hear from a couple of business owners, and I've heard from business owners as well. Or business owners. I don't know if they're business owners or not. But they own property over there that's non-commercial. I'm told that that they can't develop commercial develop it in a storefront or office building or whatever, unless it's, excuse me, it needs to be over 30 feet. So 35, I'm told anyway, is the minimum height requirement. And
Counselor, to address your item, I'd like to respond when you're done.
Okay, all right. But that's what I was going to do, is I was going to turn it over to Madam President and ask her if she would consider 35 feet. It's only a difference of 5 feet.
And Counselor, I definitely would consider that amendment to this to B5.
Okay.
And I could make that a friendly amendment, I guess, to my amendment. I mean, I don't know how else, I guess, is that acceptable to the staff? I'd have to make sure that the person who seconded my amendment would agree to that. Shanna could read that into the record, counselors.
Madam President, the section of B23 that you would be looking to amend would be item number 4, which says move existing content in 3-6E3 to a new subsection A with heading VPO2 sub area 1 and create a new subsection B, VPO2 sub area as follows. And then the red text in brackets begins where it says structure height shall not exceed 30 feet, strike 30 feet and replace that with 35 feet.
Counselor Senate, would you agree to that change? Since you were this person who seconded?
Yes, my second still stands.
Thank you. Counselor Harris.
Yes, thank you. Is this the issue? I guess the next amendment from Councilor Jones would be then Amendment 6 or B24, where the attorney said that this is actually spot zoning.
Counselor Harris, I'd like to have Mr. Melendres address that, because he and I had a discussion regarding that, and we actually added some additional language regarding that particular issue.
Madam President, Councilor Harris. So, one of the things that the procedural kind of components that we've gone through at this hearing is to swear people in. And the reason for that is because some components of this IDO annual update do carry heightened due process obligations because they are focusing on limited sort of geographies within the city. And this is one of them. And my sort of interpretation and understanding of at least Mr. Wells' comments was that if the city is going to meet that obligation, that it has to have a rational basis that is articulated for its decision. And so what staff has presented here, because quite honestly, it wasn't included in the LUPS amendment, although it was discussed with counselors and I believe formed the basis for their decision. This amendment with the added discussion provides the rational basis for this proposal as articulated by the city's comprehensive plan. And so I didn't hear the concern so much as that it was spot zoning, so much as that perhaps some boxes weren't being checked. So part of what this amendment is intended to do is to present this back before this council for the purpose of adopting this rationale as its official rationale for this height limitation within that area. And that rationale cites policies within the comprehensive plan that would be advantaged. So in that sense, this amendment would be more advantageous as articulated by the comprehensive plan.
Any other questions of the council? It does not appear that we have any other questions. So with that, Ms. Ortega, we'll move to the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Davis,
No.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Fails on a 4-5 vote. Amendment
you.
number 5.
Counselors, so with that, we will move on to item B6, which is also listed in your packet as item B24. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. And if I may, I would like to have Ms. Morris or Ms. Schultz explain what this does, especially as how we just voted.
Madam Chair, oh, sorry. Madam Chair, Councilors, so the Amendment B23, the vote on that just failed. And so that amendment means that we don't have an updated analysis for what's in the revisions that passed at LUPS. So what this amendment would do would strike the changes that are proposed that at LUPS, creating a second heights sub area. So as Mr. Melendres had mentioned, Mr. Wells in his testimony today talked about some procedural matters, and the amendment previously was attempting to address that concern. However, the written testimony that the councilors also received raised a second issue, which was potential impacts on the commercial properties that were undue. And one of those was in relation to height, but also the limited uses as well as the reduced landscaping. And so this amendment would strike the proposal due to its impact on those commercial properties.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move approval.
Second.
It appears that you have a motion and a second from Councilor Harris. I am completely not clear about this amendment, so I would like some explanation from the beginning, because my understanding was if the previous item went through, then this item would move forward and would rescind the previous item. So with that intent in mind, I'm not sure how this particular item could do that if the previous item failed.
Madam Chair, councillors, so the previous item basically updated the record, or would have updated the record, as LUPS already voted to make the change. And so that vote already stands. And so the vote that you just voted down was basically to update that record. The record is not updated, and so that you now have the opportunity or not, this amendment proposes to rescind the proposal in its entirety at LUPS, as voted on at LUPS. I think I might be confusing people.
Completely confused, Ms. Morris.
Perhaps Ms. Schultz or Mr. Melendres can weigh in here and clarify it a little bit.
And may I just add that the previous item only dealt with the escarpment, the top of the escarpment and the area around the petroglyphs. And this item deals with areas that were not in the previous item. So I'm not clear as to how we included areas that were not in the previous item.
Madam President, first of all, apologize for the confusion relative to these two amendments. However, this amendment is viable regardless of the outcome on the prior amendment. At LUPS, the committee voted to include additional view protection overlay restrictions within the area surrounding the existing view protection overlay on the Northwest Mesa. This amendment would essentially undo the amendment that was passed at LUPS. In other words, the additional view protection overlay regulations beyond those which presently exist in the IDO would be repealed. So we had a certain set of regulations, LUPS added to that set of regulations, and now the council is considering whether to remove what LUPS added. And my read of these amendments is that it would be an exact repeal of what was adopted at LUPS, not beyond. It would not be taking away anything that exists in the IDO today. It would only be undoing what the LUPS committee decided to include.
So if LUPS made a decision and that came forward to the council, that item stands. If this is approved, then it repeals what was adopted by LUPS. And what is the purpose of us having committees if we're repealing what our committees are doing? Just asking the question. And this is actually much more, it covers a broader area than what the area that LUPS adopted. So those are very technical considerations that that I have that are big concerns. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Melendres, if you would please just give us if you can, or Ms. Schultz, anyone, a brief overview of what this changes from LUPS.
Madam President and Councilor Jones, this essentially undoes what LUPS did in including the view protection beyond what exists today. I know that Ms. Schultz and Ms. Morris were more intimately involved in delineating the geographic area that would cover. And so I would like to invite one of them to maybe describe a little bit more specifically what was done at LUPS with respect to additional height limitations. And then that would arm you with the knowledge that voting on this would effectively undo those height restrictions that the LUPS committee agreed to include in the IDO.
Thank you.
Madam President, the two areas of the VPO that were up for discussion in both the prior amendment and this amendment B 23, 24 are the same exact areas. A line was drawn within the existing VPO to a distance of, Petra, I think it was
660 feet.
660 feet, which you can see on the map that has been provided with the amendment. It's within that kind of inner circle within the VPO that these new provisions would apply as they were passed by the LUPS committee. What this amendment that Councilor Jones is sponsoring is seeking to do is to rescind that amendment as it was passed by the LUPS committee, which means there would not be additional restrictions in that 660 feet area for height, landscaping requirements, or use restrictions. The VPO proposes to cover all three of those items. I hope that provides a little bit of clarification, but I do want to be clear that the area we're talking about in Councillor Jones's amendment is the identical area to what was passed at LUPS and what was discussed in the previous amendment that did not pass.
Councillor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President. Can Ms. Schultz or Petra pull the actual areas in question up on the screen there? Because I noticed that this is also touching onto specific areas that in the write-up discusses, but I just want to be sure that general public also knows and is aware of the area that we're also discussing. So if we can pull up the actual map and also the specific outline, whether it's Rainbow, Unser, and Ure, Anser, and Montano. Can those maps be pulled up?
Madam President, Councillor Senna, yes, give me one moment and I will do that.
In the meantime, Madam President, while they're getting that pulled up, I just do have some concerns and just some questions as to why EPC had this originally there in the first place, and kind of their, I'm not part of LUPS, so I'm just curious, why these view protections were necessary originally in that discussion. And, again, I wasn't there, so would love to hear some of the discussion and reasoning as to why this was necessary.
Do we have an EPC commissioner with us by any chance? It doesn't appear so. So we're going to have to depend on the staff for that analysis, Counselor.
Madam President, Councillor Senna, as this was originally proposed to the EPC, the justification provided with the proposal discussed how the escarpment is a sensitive area, and while the existing VPO today does provide some existing protections, that there has been more development in the area recently that suggests that VPO did not quite cover enough or offer quite enough protection. So the original intent as proposed by the sponsor was to strengthen and kind of build upon the existing framework in the view protection overlay zone. And I do have the map up here for you. I am happy to kind of scroll north and south, east and west, if you'd like to kind of hone in on any particular areas.
I'm gonna make
Can
things
you
a
get
little bit
smaller
more
on that? Can you go in a little bit more?
Yeah, I can certainly zoom in.
Madam
Start kind of in the northeast.
Madam President, if I can ask Ms. Schultz as well, I know I'm gonna
go ahead, Counselor.
Make things a little bit hard up the geographic features that are in the area, like a satellite map, rather than, this tells us generally speaking where the area is, but in thinking of why we were talking about sensitive areas, or at least highlighting some of the sensitive areas that was discussed by EPC.
Yeah, Councillor Borrego, Council President Borrego and Councillor Senna, I know exactly the map feature you're asking for. It's not contained in that particular map that I was just showing you. So give me one moment to pull up another map and I can pull up the contour lines, which show where the escarpment really begins and ends.
While she's doing that, counselors, I just want to mention that allowing this amendment to be approved and adopted tonight would rescind the LUPS decision. And it would also, the way that the amendment is written, it removes all references to the proposed Northwest Mesa VPO height subarea 2 requirements that are in the IDO currently, and that are approved by LUPS, I guess, proposed to be in the IDO. Are they already adopted then, Chris, if LUPS?
Madam President, councilors, no, they're not adopted at this time. They are part of the bill, and so they can be, I think, considered LUPS's recommendation for what should be included in the bill, but they are not adopted at this time. They would not be adopted until the council finally acts upon O2160.
Okay, so then. My computer automatically mutes me. What was adopted at LUPS then is completely rescinded by this particular amendment.
Madam President, councilors. Thank you, Julian. Madam President, councilors. So the prior amendment that was voted down actually includes specifically what was adopted at LUPS. And so the LUPS committee included a new sub-area 2 of this particular VPO. And that is a geographic area outside of the existing view protection overlay. It's essentially a buffer area around that existing view protection overlay. And within that buffer area that expands the overall footprint of the view protection area, structure height as proposed by LUPS would be limited to 30 feet from natural grade. There were some additional red lines within that included new cross references to the new VPO area. And so those would be removed as well. And that would be appropriate because the new sub area 2 would not be included. So specifically what is being undone is with this amendment is the new geographic sub area 2 with a height limitation of 30 feet and the cross references to that in the relevant sections of the IDO.
Madam President, yes, I do. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So what this map is going to show you is the existing VPO area in yellow with the contour lines that show you where the escarpment currently exists. So what you will not see on this map is the proposed additional 660 feet that were proposed to kind of be drawn outside of this yellow border. So if you can envision the new sub area that is on the table this evening is 660 feet around this existing area. And I'm happy to scroll around and zoom in as the council prefers.
Any other questions, counselors? I can't see them on my screen. Okay, we have Counselor Jones, Counselor Pena, and Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Madam Chair. Ms. Schultz or any one of you three who understand all of this, can you tell me please what the EPCs, what the EPC had to say and what the conversation was and why they recommended what they did, that we are now looking at whether or not we're going to undo it?
Madam Chair, councillors, yes. The EPC heard a lot of testimony on this. They heard some testimony from the community in support of the proposal, but they also heard testimony from property owners in the area that were concerned that it was going to unduly impact a particular property. A property that the EPC had recently approved a zone change on. And it was concerns about that the EPC chose not to make a recommendation of support on this, as they were concerned that it was targeting a property, a Paseo and Kimmich, that had gone through a zone change and then an appeal. There are about...
Please stay on the line to enable your service. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial.
There are mostly just residential areas that are covered by the proposed second height sub area that this amendment would address. But there are a handful of commercial areas. Those are shown in the zoomed in maps that are in the amendment. I think we had some testimony today that some of these are already developed out. Some of them have relatively low intensity mixed use zoning. And so when you take out the ones that are already developed, the ones that already have MXT zoning, that list of 6 commercial properties in the amendment or commercial areas goes down to about 2 or 3 that would be impacted by the proposal.
Madam President, may I ask a follow-up and then I'll be quiet?
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam President. So is this the same, maybe Mr. Loomis, is this the same, is this what's, as Councilor Harris said, would this be considered spot zoning? And is that something we...
Madam Chair,
it's really inappropriate.
Probably wouldn't be considered spot zoning in terms of the definition of a spot zone, which is a one zone surrounded by a different zone. So for example, if you've got an MXL property and then everything around it is NRC, that would be a spot zone. But I not to put words in Councillor Harris's mouth, but I think he was concerned about an impact on a particular property. That may have been what his, I don't know, I should defer to Councillor Harris on that, on what he meant by asking about spot zoning.
Madam President, if I can just kind of jump in, spot zoning is a really specific term of art sort of in what happens in zoning. And there are certain justifications at times that will justify a spot zone, which is giving the zoning, giving zoning to a particular site that differs from zoning around it. However, I wouldn't characterize this proposal in either direction, you know, for or against any type of spot zoning. When the city has an interest in amending zoning limitations in areas that are limited in geography, the city does have a heightened due process obligation to property owners within that. That's what we call quasi-judicial. That's the process that we're going through now. That this applies to a number of properties within the perimeter, within 660 feet of the perimeter of the existing view protection area. And because it's a limited geography, there is the heightened process obligation. However, it's not a spot zone. To the extent that individual property owners are concerned about the impacts on their property, there are issues there related to vesting, and to the extent that someone already has an application in the hopper or has some existing approval by the city, there may be a vesting right that property owner would have that would exempt them from these new limitations. However, because this deals with a broader section of the city and the council, at least through the prior amendment that failed, was attempting to meet its procedural obligations, it would not be considered a spot zone.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Pena and Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually put my hand down, but then I guess I'll go ahead and ask the questions. So just to really be clear on this is that, and Jana, Ms. Schultz, if you can help me out with this. So basically, so this is sensitive lands, correct? Yeah. sensitive lands? It's considered sensitive lands, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, the VPO is proposing to further protect some portions of what the IDO would call major public open space.
Okay. Okay. So then there was a recommendation saying that there was weak protection overlays, right? And so then Councilor Borregos was going to strengthen those weak protections. And then now this would just take away all protections, even the ones that currently exist in the IDO. Is that accurate?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, not quite. You were good up until the very end there. So the protections that exist today in the IDO regarding the view protection overlay, which is this yellow boundary you see on your screen, would stay in place. What would be rescinded by this amendment, if this amendment were to pass, would be the proposed, gonna kind of draw my mouse around here, 660-foot additional area.
Don, that's my real.
You're not muted.
It would rescind the proposal to create a new area that would exist 660 feet outside of the existing VPO. So if this amendment were to pass, this yellow area and all the protections in the IDO today for it would stay in place. But otherwise, yes, you did characterize what has happened so far correctly.
Okay. So the recommendation was that they had these sensitive lands, open space had weak protection overlays, and this would just kind of take it back down to what it was originally.
Madam President, Councilor Pena, yes, this would leave the VPO as is and not add the additional protections.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilor Benton.
My question was answered. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Well, I am certainly not supporting this amendment, as I do not believe that it is a spot zone change for properties, because properties can still develop regardless of whether or not this is adopted. And they still have some opportunity within the zone that they have. This just furthers, and as I mentioned before, I mean, why do we have committees if we're then going to rescind the recommendations that the committees make to the council? So for that reason, I won't be supporting this, Councilor Jones. So with that, councilors, I don't see anyone else in the queue. We will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
No.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Was that a yes, Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
No.
Councilor Sena.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
And no way.
Motion passes on a 5-4 vote for amendment number 6, which is B24.
Okay, councilors, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute stretch break. It is maybe a 15-minute stretch break just to stretch our legs. We have a number of cannabis items, and I want to get you out of here before 10 o'clock tonight. So let's come back at 6:30, and we will start with our cannabis amendments. Thank you. So this is the 35th meeting of the 24th Council, and we took a 15-minute break. And we are going to resume our meeting with the IDO amendments for cannabis-related uses. And councilors, if you remember the discussion we had before our break, we talked about having a summary from the staff on each of the packets, because we just finished the non-cannabis related amendments. So we are now on the cannabis related amendments, and we will have a summary from staff, and then we will entertain questions of the staff. We will go to each counselor for their respective amendment, and then we will vote it up or down. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Morris and Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair, councillors, thank you. So I'm going to do a short summary on the other packet, which is cannabis. So amendment B5, as labeled in your packet, this is one of amendments that do some tidy up work. B5 makes some clarifications to the language in the IDO about how odors are mitigated, and moves the responsibility on this from the Environmental Health Department to planning. We have had a request from the administration on this one, that we keep this, rather than saying environmental health, just to say the city. And so when you guys come to do this amendment, there is a request for a friendly amendment from the administration to just say the city rather than the planning department, to allow the most flexibility. Amendment B6, this is a tidy up amendment in response to the actions taken at the state level on the Cannabis Regulation Act. It adds the phrase licensed premise. It changes existing distances from 330 feet to 300 feet, and has a revised definition for cannabis to make sure that it refers to the Cannabis Regulation Act, and makes clear that the IDO definitions are about commercial cannabis uses and not personal cannabis use. These are all intended to make sure that the IDO is in conformance with the Cannabis Regulation Act. And then the third of our tidy up amendments is B8. This amendment adds a definition for on-site consumption and some language that would not allow on-site consumption to occur prior to the state regulations on this matter. There was an amendment B7 that had an earlier version of the on-site consumption definition. That amendment has been withdrawn or requested to be withdrawn by the administration. And so that's why we're going from B6 to B8. So those three are the kind of tidy up style amendments. And then from that point, we move on to amendments that have more of a policy nature. So amendment B9, this amendment is the start of the amendments that talk about where cannabis should or shouldn't be, so distances. B9 would prohibit cannabis retail on lots abutting a main street corridor, and then adds some additional uses to the sensitive uses that are not allowed within 300 feet. It would add residential zone districts, group homes, and religious institutions to the list of uses that are not allowed within 300 feet of, that cannabis retail is not allowed within. So it would read, cannabis retail is prohibited within 300 feet of a school and daycare and residential zone district, group home, or religious institution. It would allow cannabis retail to be a conditional use within 300 feet of residential and a mixed use zone district, and then would prohibit on-site consumption on lots abutting a main street corridor. Amendment B10 adds a 300-foot distance separation between cannabis retail and just religious institutions. Amendment B11, this amendment adds a distance separation between cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing to a religious from a religious institution of 300 feet. Amendment B12 proposes a separation distance between cannabis retail facilities. So one of the things that the Cannabis Regulation Act states is that local jurisdictions have some authority over the density of licenses. And one way of addressing that density of licenses is the distance between cannabis retail facilities. So this amendment would propose that cannabis retail facilities that are closer than 600 feet from each, it's either 600 or 660. I think this might be a typo. No, sorry, it is 600. Sorry. Requires a conditional use. Amendment B13 would have a larger separation distance of 1,000 feet between cannabis retail facilities, but would also require cannabis retail to be 1,000 feet from adult retail and adult entertainment uses. Amendment B14 removes the separation distance from cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing from a residential zone district. The state states that you must be 300 feet from cannabis uses must be 300 feet from a school or daycare. One read is that list is the start of a list, and you can add other uses like residential, church, group home. Another read is that those are the only things that are on the list. If those are the only things on the list, then we need to strike residential zone district from the list, and that's what this amendment B14 would do. There are notes in amendments B15 and B6 that if B14 passes, then the references to residential zone districts in B6 and B15, those would be struck as well by the passing of B14. B15, this amendment would allow cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing within 300 feet of a school or child daycare facility to shift from being a prohibited use to a conditional use. If B14 passes, it would not include residential zone districts. If B14 does not pass, then B15 would include the residential zone district in that list of uses. Amendment B16, this amendment would restrict sign type, location, and content for all three of the cannabis uses. B17, this amendment would limit hours of operation for cannabis retail and cultivation and manufacturing uses. Cultivation and manufacturing, the hours would only be limited if they're within 300 feet of a residential zone district. B20, this amendment would exempt cannabis micro businesses or cannabis producer micro businesses from the limitations on customer and delivery hours. Amendment B18 would allow cannabis-derived product manufacturing and cannabis cultivation in the mixed-use zone districts. It adds a square footage limitation of 10,000 square feet for these in the mixed-use zones, and this amendment would also not allow on-site oil activation, distillation, or extraction in the mixed-use zone districts. There was some language about on-site oil activation, distillation, and extraction. There was some concerns raised from constituents about the flammable nature of those actions, and that mixed-use zones often involve some residential areas, and so this proposal would allow other manufacturing activities to occur, just not the on-site oil activation, distillation, and extraction. Amendment B21 would create a definition of cannabis micro-business and would add exemptions for any distance separations for businesses operating under a cannabis micro-business license as defined by the state. This amendment is a little bit different from the other amendments in that it has a number of if clauses, and it's based on the idea being responsive to everything that passes as a whole. And so the idea being that the state has created these cannabis micro business licenses in order to support small businesses within New Mexico, and also to try and address some of the equity issues that we have heard about from public comment. And so this amendment tries to further that by giving cannabis micro businesses different treatment if there are restrictions on other uses. And then finally, Amendment B9 adds some grandfathering language to allow medical cannabis facilities that shift from only medical sales to recreational sales to remain as is, and it has been extended to all three of the cannabis uses: cannabis retail, cultivation, and manufacturing. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Are there questions of Ms. Morris or Ms. Schultz? And I can't see the queue to tell me if any counselors have their hand up.
Here you go.
Counselor Benson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. A question for staff with regard to the micro businesses. Can you summarize which ones address, just to repeat, sorry, address specifically those businesses and provide special provisions for them?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, yes. So if you're looking at the B numbers in your green packets, I believe that would be B20, B21, and I think that's all. Ms. Morris, is there another one that addresses the micro businesses that is not B20 or B21?
Madam Chair, councillors, no, those are the two that are specific to micro businesses. Amendment B18, while not specific to micro businesses, is specific to small spaces. And so those smaller commercial mixed use spaces would be open to any businesses, but maybe more attractive to those with a micro business. So that one's kind of on the sort of about micro businesses, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Could you go over B19 again, please?
Madam Chair, councillors, yes. B19, this one adds some grandfathering language. So the IDO in the 2019 annual update, in its framework, grandfathered in medical uses on the assumption that medical was going to be a type of license in the future. And so in the IDO, if you're a sell only medical cannabis, then you're treated as general retail. However, what we didn't realize in working on that was that those medical licenses were going to go away, and that as a license and a business model, cannabis retailers and others in the business would be covering both the medical market and the recreational market. And so Amendment B19 is a more explicit form of grandfathering to say that if you are a current medical cannabis retailer, you are grandfathered in your location and your form, and can shift to 100% recreational without having to make any changes. So, for example, let's say somebody has a cannabis retail business and they they're 200 feet away from a school. And the state now says you have to be 300 feet away. they would be able to stay in their location without there being any concern about that. That's the intent of the grandfathering language, is to allow the existing businesses to shift from a medical form to a recreational form without there being any ding on them. That school example is maybe not the best one. Maybe a church, let's say they're next to a church and B10 classes. This would allow them to continue in their location.
Thank you. Any other questions of counselors of the staff? Okay, I guess not. With that, counselors, we will move on to going through each amendment. And we will ask the sponsors, first of all, to make a motion, ask for a second. Once that second is received, then we will open it up for any additional questions. The staff will stay in the queue. If there are questions from the staff, additional questions from the staff, and then we will go on to our vote. So with that, counselors, I would ask the counselors who are not showing on the screen if they could just come back, because we're ready to go. And, you know, I think it's really important that we're all available to the public. So with that, let's move forward. Counselor Davis, Amendment B5.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment B5 is just a technical update to reflect how the city will address the required odor.
Counselor Davis, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, Madam President, I'm getting my same message that I got kicked out again. Madam President, Amendment B5 is just some technical cleanup language addressing how the city intends to administer the odor control plans required. It's just technical and doesn't make any changes to any of our businesses. I move Amendment B5.
Do I have a second? I have several seconds. Counselor Sena. And I saw another hand go up and then it went down. So Counselor Sena, I'll take that as a second. Are there questions regarding this? I did have a question, Counselor Davis. Do we have environmental health on available in the administration office?
Madam President, that'd be a question for you, not me, but just to clarify, the administration's determined that the planning department is the most appropriate department to administer this portion of the IDO, and so I would defer to the administration.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, planning department. So, Mayor's conference room, is there someone there from the planning department?
Madam Chair, councillors, sorry to interrupt. Earlier today, I got a request from the administration that this read the city rather than the planning department. Not quite sure how we would insert that as a friendly amendment, but that was the request.
Okay, before we move on, could you clarify what the language would be, that how it would read, please?
Madam Chair, councillors, yes, it would read sorry.
Madam President, it is also up on the screen now as well.
In actions 1, 2, and 3, where we strike environmental health and say the planning department, it would be struck to say the city. So, so it would read, action number 1 would say approved by the cities, approved by the city is required if smoking or vaping will occur on site. So we would strike both environmental health and planning and department in both action 1, action 2, and action 3.
Okay. All right. We had a motion on the floor, Counselor Davis, and a second by Counselor Sena. Do you accept that change? Because that's not what's in front of me on my packet.
That's fine. That's a minor technical amendment, and I would agree.
Okay, Counselor Sena. Okay. And I had a question then of the administration. And I'm trying to see, I can't see who's in that room, but I think somebody from planning, Williams. Okay, Mr. Williams, could you explain how odors are going to be mitigated and how those would be enforced on?
Madam President, thank you for the question. That's one of the reasons for the requested change to the responsible party. My office, as well as the Environmental Health Department, are working to determine how we will do that. So that's one of the reasons we're trying to determine who is best to address and review those types of issues.
Okay, so are you telling me then we don't know yet?
Well, we do have a contractor that's working to review and scope some of that information. But at this point in time, we don't have anything definitive. And so we would appreciate the flexibility to be able to determine which city department will be able to execute this particular provision of the IDO, provided council's approval of that.
So, Mr. Williams, have we done any research to see how other cities that have adopted these types of requirements, these types of uses, how they mitigate odors?
Madam President, that's an affirmative. That's yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that that's a work in progress, I guess, then is what you're saying?
Madam President, that's correct. We're looking at best practices as well as the work that the consultant is performing in order to come up with a plan that's enforceable, a term used by this council earlier in the evening, and ensure that the correct agency is reviewing the objective criteria for addressing odors.
Okay, I think that all of the counselors would be very interested in knowing how those odors are going to be mitigated. So when you do have a plan of action, we would very much like to know what those are.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Madam President. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think your question to the department was, do we know who's going to administer it? I think the answer was no, but I do want to clarify that best practices are that these odor mitigation programs and equipment are pretty standard practice for food manufacturers and others, and they're implemented across the country. The staff write-up mentions that Denver has an effective one. They use carbon filtering and just standard air handling for all kind of facilities that use manufacturing all across our city. So I appreciate that the administration is looking for those experts, but I wanted to just clarify for the president's question that we want to leave the flexibility for the right department and the right experts to administer it, but it's not that no one's doing this. It happens in every jurisdiction. This administration is just trying to find the right department to place it into.
Okay, any questions, any further questions, counselors? If not, we will move to the vote on technical amendment B5. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Amendment number 7, which is B5, passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. We will move on to item B6. Counselor Davis.
Madam President, I would move item B6, which I believe is for amendment number 8. For amendment number 8, again.
Counselor Davis, we lost you again.
Yeah, we're going to have to move that IT issue up for our folks. Madam President, item B6 and amendment number 8 addresses a couple of other technical cleanups. And for those watching at home who know about these issues, it still contains some other language that I think needs to be removed. And we have other amendments to follow that would remove it. But in our interest of doing this step by step, this simply would deal with bring the city's IDO prohibitions on distances between cannabis activities and schools, daycares, et cetera, into compliance with the state law, essentially changing from 330 to 300 feet. And so I would move item B6 as amendment 8.
I have a couple of seconds. It looks like Councilor Benton, your hand went up first. Are there questions regarding this issue? Councilors? Does not appear so. So with that, we will move to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones, Counselor Jones.
Counselor
Yes.
Jones.
Thank you. Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on floor amendment 8, which is B6.
Thank you, councilors. We will move on to floor amendment B7, and it looks like that has been withdrawn by the sponsor. So with that, we will move on to item B8. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, ma'am. Here we go again. Item B8 will be floor amendment, I believe, number 9. It's just a language cleanup that defines what commercial on-site consumption of cannabis is. Just for those following along, again, remember that this is not allowed under the state law and is not presumed to, or under the state rules, and won't presume to be allowed for a couple of years, but it just puts that definition in to be compliant with state law. I would move whatever amendment this is, I think number 9.
Actually, it's B8. Number 9. Okay. Why do I not have that on my script? B8, amendment number 9. So we have a second from Councilor Sena. And are there any questions? Councilor Councilor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I have a note here that some language was incorporated in B8 that came from B12. Is that correct?
I'll ask the sponsor or the staff to respond.
Madam Chair, councillors, I can respond to that. So B8, there was some language that when I was creating all the amendments that I erroneously put into B12, it had no logical connection or nexus between the rest of the content of B12. I think my eyes were just starting to cross, and the language should have gone into B8, but we've caught it now. So that language has been stricken from B12, and you'll see that in green with a strike through, and has been placed into B8. And again, is also in green to show the changes between what was sent to you on the 14th and what was provided to you today. So I apologize for that confusion. That's entirely my fault.
No, thank you. Thanks. Thank you for that. And actually, my interest is in the distance separation between facilities. So I'll hold those questions and comments for B12. Thank you.
Okay, councilors, did everyone understand what Ms. Morris just said? So if you look at your amendment B12 and you see the strike through language that's in green, she is incorporating that into B8. Just so we're clear. Any questions? And it seems that this language is relating back to the state issuing regulations.
That's correct, Madam President.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it's saying, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions? Going twice? Obviously not. We will move on to a vote. Item B8, which is also amendment number 9. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson. Counselor Gibson.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment number 9, which is B8.
Okay, counselors, so the first two were technical amendments. The second one was actually definitions. We are moving on to distance separation requirements, if you follow it in your packet. And this is amendment B9. And it's also amendment number 10. And this is Counselor Jones.
Madam President,
Yes.
this is Paul Heidel up in the administration. May we just jump in and say thank you? This is one of the amendments that came from the administration.
Yes, you just jumped in. All right. So Counselor Jones, I'm going to defer to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Hedlund, I was going to make that very clear that this was by request, which means that the mayor sent it down. So it would, B9 would prohibit cannabis retail on lots abutting a Main Street corridor within 300 feet of a residential zone district, group home, or religious institutions. It would allow cannabis retail to occur within 300 feet of a lot containing a residential use in a mixed-use zone district with a conditional use approval, and it would prohibit on-site consumption on lots abutting a Main Street corridor.
I need a second, and it looks like I have. I need a second, counselors. Counselor Basson, thank you for that second. Are there any questions of counselors? And it looks like Counselor Davis also offered a second.
No, ma'am, I was offering a comment or a question.
Oh, okay, Counselor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I definitely don't second this. I think this has evolved, and I appreciate the conversation we've had with the administration. I understand their concern for what has evolved here, but I think we've heard very clearly from the community that the existing dispensaries on Central Avenue or in these Main Street corridors, which includes Borellas, parts of San Pedro, North 4th, North 2nd Street, et cetera, are good neighbors. They don't have a problem. The neighbors don't have a problem with them. Our public comments are full of written public comments today in support of them. This started as a prohibition. We used a lot of language today about a rational public basis, and it is not really clear that there's a rational public basis for saying that an otherwise legal business can't abut Central Avenue when every other thing can. So it just doesn't make sense. I do support, for the record, Councilor Benton's sort of moratorium in Old Town to address some of those unique characteristics of the architecture, et cetera, there that are different. But I don't see a basis for this. I think the community and the neighborhoods are able to determine appropriately what's appropriate in each section of the road. And so I would oppose it, but if other councilors want to discuss it, I'd be happy to do that. I'm not even certain if the sponsor will be supporting it tonight.
Okay, so we have Counselor Jones and Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I am sponsoring this by request, but I must tell you, having had business operators on Central call me about this and say they would welcome having cannabis within our requirements, our laws, and our regulations on Central, because they are dying. They have died on Central, and they would very much like to have some traffic and some business, and they believe that this is not a harmful, at least the ones who spoke to me, they believe that this is not a harmful business and would increase the traffic and open our city back up again. So for those of you who are not quite sure about this, just fasten your seatbelts, because I am going to vote no on this legislation.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. And I had a lot of communities, specifically Black, Indigenous, people of color, reach out to me with some concerns on this particular amendment. And I would like to have some clarification because I know that there was some discussion and movement, but just to clarify, and for the purpose of the public that's also watching, defining what the main streets are aside from Central, because that's also something that we're not exactly discussing. But can you also elaborate some of the language that was taken away, such as the prohibition of use or within 660 feet, just so that the public's clear how this amendment has changed just in its, I guess, inception?
Counselor, was that a question?
Yeah, if Miss Morris or either the mayor's conference room, either one, I'm not sure. Yep, mayor's conference room is raising their hand. So if you can clarify just how this has evolved and also outlining what other streets are involved in this amendment.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Sena. This is Paul Heidel with the upstairs on the 11th floor from the mayor's conference room. I just want to say again, thank you to the council for this discussion, for taking the time to work with council staff and to hear from the industry and from advocates. You know, this is something that on the May 12th LUPS meeting that there was an amendment put forward by the administration that did have some of this original language about 660 feet from a main street corridor. There's been a lot of talk that we've had with folks as this process has developed about what actually is a main street corridor, what was the thinking there. Some of the original thinking when this process began back in May was protecting historic character of parts of the city, including Old Town and historic Route 66. And that's where some of that language came from. But as you mentioned, Councilor Sena, this has evolved over time as we've continued to get public input, work with industry and advocates, and the 660-foot restriction was taken away. And so all that would be left then would be if a property actually abutted Main Street corridor. And I think that Councilor Davis mentioned what the Main Street corridors are. That's a defined term in the IDO. They're meant to preserve, Main Street corridors are meant to preserve walkable sort of Main Street areas where people mill about and shop. And they have a special designation for that reason. And they include 4th Street in Bareilles, includes Bridge in the South Valley, includes Central in both downtown and Nob Hill, and also a small section of San Pedro. We understand, we've worked with a number of folks around the equity issues on some of this too, about where folks can actually open up businesses. And there, you know, that's one of the things that we want to continue to talk with folks about. That's a priority for the administration, is hearing those equity concerns and addressing them, but also balancing that with smart planning and trying to preserve historic neighborhoods in the city. So that was sort of the genesis of where that came from. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Mr. Padilla or somebody from the administration wanted to speak as well.
That was me, Madam President, Paul Heidel. I'm up here with the administration on the 11th floor.
Okay, I thought Mr. Padilla was going to speak. Thank you. So we have Councilor Sena.
Yeah, can I follow up? Yeah, I would like to follow up just on my statement there. And you know, I do appreciate the evolution of this and the continued conversations as to what equity looks like as it applies to this industry. I mean, we heard it today, really thinking through of how this industry would not be here without some of the residents that spoke on how it has harmed communities of color. So I can't support this in thinking of specifically some of the equity issues, but I am encouraged that we are continuing to have these conversations as to what equity looks like through this industry. I know that we won't get this 100% perfect overall, and how we apply equity is also a challenge just in general in terms of policy. But I will say that, you know, some revisions, I'm sure, for cannabis regulations will come through, and just hope that our community also stays engaged in this process. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. Any other questions, councilors? I had a quick question about the Main Street corridor. Is that the definition as defined by the state? And I'm asking the staff, I'm looking at the staff, sorry.
Madam Chair, councillors, it's Main Street corridor as defined by the IDO. Mr. Hadel, when he was speaking earlier, mentioned the list of corridors as defined by the IDO. So it's portions of Central Avenue, 4th Street, San Pedro, Bridge, and Broadway. Shauna, have I missed any of them? That's all of them.
Okay, so those are actually the main streets that we applied to the state for designation, right?
Madam Chair, no, it's not New Mexico main streets. These are main streets as defined by the comprehensive plan. And so in the comprehensive plan, there's a map that shows that list of roadways that have the main street designation.
Okay. That's really confusing because we have main streets all over the city. I think about like Montgomery Boulevard is a main street. Paseo del Norte is a main street. Unser Boulevard is a main street. So I think it's really somewhat misleading because when the city of Albuquerque applies for Main Street designation, we have to go through an entire process, an application process, an approval process, and then that area is designated a main street. Central Avenue in Nob Hill is an example of that. 4th Street is an example of the designation of a main street. So this is quite confusing to me. I was thinking, when I read this, I was thinking Main Street as defined by the state Main Street program. And that is not the case. And I'd like to know how the IDO decides what is a main street for the designation of the IDO.
Madam Chair, councillors, thank you. Yes, that's an excellent question. So it actually goes back a step. The comprehensive plan, when it was adopted in 2017, adopted a centers and corridors map. And that centers and corridors maps listed a series of centers, so urban center, downtown, activity centers and employment centers, and then a series of corridors. And Main Street was one of those corridors. The IDO in its adoption ties certain development entitlements and restrictions to certain centers and corridors. And the three ones that we use the most frequently are Urban Center, Main Street, and Premium Transit Corridor. This is this amendment makes reference to that, to just one of those, and that would be the Main Street corridor as defined by the comprehensive plan.
And I understand what you're saying, Ms. Morris, but it seems to me like this is an issue that the IDO may need to look at in the future, because I think about urban corridors. Louisiana Boulevard, for example, is in an urban corridor. Is it not, in fact, in an urban corridor? Paseo del Norte is proposed to be in an urban corridor, as we have a center that is defined in the comprehensive plan in the future. So I really think that this might be something that we want to look at in the future to determine. And I hate to digress, but it's an important point to make, because it is very misleading. And when I read this, I thought of the state Main Street program.
Madam Chair, I agree. We have had some confusion over the years, and definitely future comprehensive plan updates should probably consider a different term than Main Street corridor, and should also consider what roadways get that designation and whether there are some additional roadways we might want to add to that, whatever we call that future, those corridors in the future.
Thank you. As long as it's on our radar. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to simplify it for people who are watching or listening or paying attention, when both words main and street are capitalized, that refers to a specific definition of Main Street. It's like whenever you capitalize neighborhood, and you're talking about a definition of neighborhood versus any neighborhood. So it is confusing, but it does, if you read it that way and understand that if the words are capitalized, it is referring to a specific main street, specific neighborhood, or specific area, whatever it's saying. So
Thank you, Councilor Jones.
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think that it is confusing to the reader as you see it and you think of, and if, you know, you have knowledge of Main Street, you think of Main Street. So, okay, so any other?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Madam President. I just saw the administration wanted to weigh in on that question, and hopefully they can help us resolve this discrepancy.
Okay. Who's speaking, please?
Madam President, this is Paul Heidel on behalf of the administration again, and thank you for the opportunity to weigh in quickly. I just wanted to point out one issue of clarity around this, is that the administration's amendment, which is B13, actually would be prohibitive within 1,000 feet of another cannabis retail facility. And the B12 amendment, which is Councilor Davis's amendment, would be conditional within 600 feet. And I think that's an important distinction.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Heidel, because my notes did not say conditional. So let me have that clarified really quick. Give me just one moment.
Entertainment and adult retail uses.
Madam President.
Excuse me. I'm going to have the staff clarify this because my notes in front of me are reading different. So I would like for each one to be clarified.
Madam President, councilors, thank you for that opportunity to clarify, and thank you to Mr. Heidel for bringing up that point. He is correct. So B12 would allow, I'll just read it. I think that'd be the easiest thing. B12 states that this use, which is cannabis retail, shall be conditional within 600 feet of another cannabis retail establishment. And so essentially, you would be able to operate a cannabis retail establishment within 600 feet of another, unless only if you got conditional use approval. Otherwise, it would not be possible. B13 states that this use, again, cannabis retail, shall not be located within 1,000 feet of another licensed premise for cannabis retail. And it goes beyond that and says that it will also not be permitted within 1,000 feet of adult entertainment or adult retail uses. So it is a little bit more expansive. They have some components in common with respect to the prohibition on distancing between. However, B13 does have the expansive distance limitation between adult uses as well. I apologize for that confusion.
Did you all get that? Is that clear? I see nods. Councilors, any other comments? I just want to comment that we are creating distance separations between adult uses, but not between churches. So that's just my comment. Councilor Sena?
I guess I just wanted a point of clarification as to which bill we are discussing now. If we're discussing B13, is this the next floor amendment, or we're going on to the next? I would like to treat them separate just because I think they are pretty different. So if we could just do one at a time, and whichever comes first, it doesn't matter, but I would like to address one specific.
Yes, we will treat them separately, Councilor, but I think that they're related, and that's why we discuss them together. So, councilors, I think what I'm going to do, Councilor Gibson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So this seems like a good time to remind ourselves of some of the comment that we heard earlier. And actually I heard from some of the cannabis growers or people who are interested in growing and manufacturing retail of cannabis, and the risk that they're facing of as they're finding a piece of property or a storefront or something to rent, making that an initial investment and not knowing if they could inadvertently be within a 600-foot or 1,000-foot um, distance requirement. So, and I don't think any of us wants to do that. I don't think that we hope to put complications on people like that, uh, where particularly in the beginning, as the state begins to uh, issue licenses, there will be a number of people who want to get into this business. I don't know how many, but it would be very difficult to put this on the state or even on our planning department, uh, who was first, and who maybe encroached, who was the encroacher. So I'm wondering uh, if this council would be willing to put in like a grace period for whatever distancing that we determine, if any, is appropriate. If perhaps we could put like I don't know, maybe a 6-month resting period before these kick in. So I would be interested in doing that. I don't know if either of the sponsors would be willing to.
Is that an amendment to any of these, either of these,
Well, right
Counselor?
now, I don't know if it should be. I think that if the sponsors, either of the sponsors are willing to do this, yeah, I would suggest an amendment. But I'd just like to hear from them, really, to find out what their
Okay, let's go, let's handle, when I said we were going to do item B13 first, because it's the most restrictive, and then we would come back to item 12. So I'm going to ask for a motion on item 13. Counselor Jones, this is your amendment.
Actually, I am doing it by request, so I don't feel free to make an amendment to this.
Okay, I guess not, Counselor Gibson. Do I have a second on item B13? She just moved it. Counselor Jones. Do I have a second on item B13?
Counselor Gibson is raising her hand.
Counselor Gibson, is that a second? Yes, okay. So we have a motion and a second on item B13, adds a distance separation requirement between cannabis retail facilities of 1,000 feet. Counselor Senna, you have a question?
I just had a question, since this is the administration's amendment. Mr. Heidel, can you explain just some of the, I guess, reasoning behind this, like specific for adult retail and adult entertainment? Not so much on the density question, because I can understand that, but can we go PG as possible into the reasonings for the separation?
Thank you, Madam President, Councilor Senna. Thank you for that question. You know, one of the initial steps that the administration took when this all was signed into law back in April was to really look at best practices from around the country and compare in what we see and how it looks and how we envision here in Albuquerque it could look. And so one of the things that we saw in looking at other communities is there's often some of these prohibitions between different types of adult businesses.
Madam President, if I can follow up.
Yes, Counselor Senna.
So, Mr. Heidel, where are you also, like what other cities or municipalities are we referencing to? I mean, Colorado, Oregon, California?
Madam President and Councilor Sena, thank you for that question. We looked at municipalities all over the country. I believe we're the 17th state in the nation to pass recreational cannabis. So I could get back to you on exactly which cities had these sorts of prohibitions, but we did sort of a nationwide landscape view of what best practices are.
Sure. I'm just curious, Mr. Heidel, what was their justification for the prohibition between adult retail?
Madam President, Councilor Sena, again, I think it goes back to this idea of adult themed businesses and the fact that this is an adult product that's only available for purchase for people that are 21 years and older.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. Not to be too sort of at point, Mr. Heidel, but really quickly, we didn't have any public comment on this at all, and so I'm curious if this is really something we ought to be dealing with. But can you tell me, Mr. Heidel, did the mayor hear from a lot of strip clubs that were concerned that legal cannabis buyers were going to lower their property values in some way or something?
No, that I don't know that that's something that the mayor heard from. Thank you, Councilor Davis, for the question. Forgive me for not going through Madam President. But this is something that we also took the look of, over concentration of adult themed businesses in specific communities too. And so that's something that the administration is sensitive to as well.
Mr. Heidel, I don't think the mayor is suggesting that our current cannabis customers are having this issue. But just to be clear, though, the mayor also didn't hear from sex toy sellers that they're worried about competition from cannabis retailers next door or anything. Like we didn't hear any public comment tonight from anybody who in this adult industry that was worried about the horrible things that were going to happen to their neighborhood because cannabis showed up.
Madam President, Councilor Davis, no, that did not come from that industry. I think the concern would be for the folks that live within a number of those businesses if they're concentrated in a neighborhood.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think we can dispense with this fairly quickly. I don't see any nexus whatsoever in a highly regulated, background checked, tightly controlled adult legal business having any negative impact whatsoever on the existing sex businesses or anything else. I don't think there's any association whatsoever between these two. And I appreciate the other councilors who also raised those concerns. Let me just briefly address the other matter here, Madam President, and I won't do this again on this matter. I think the 1,000-foot distance kind of doesn't, again, lacks a policy basis, certainly as a prohibition. I will argue that the other amendment, and we can talk about it, is more consistent with the distance rules we use for liquor and other things in the city and is more consistent with how we treat regulated businesses, and that 600-foot rule would be more appropriate. I also would argue that a blanket prohibition doesn't recognize the unique differences of the different neighborhoods in our city that we heard about earlier today, and we rejected that amendment earlier, doing blanket prohibitions on Central because those neighborhoods are different and they will take this differently. And I think we can address those questions in the next amendment that by way of conditional use would allow each neighborhood to weigh in on these questions for themselves with this council if they come up. So I would oppose this amendment on the basis of opposing both parts of the other amendment.
Before you, oh, that's not your amendment, I'm sorry. So Councilor Sena also has a comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess my question's relating to Councilor Davis's as to how we're thinking about regulating, especially spaces or whether it's in adult entertainment or not, and just the adult business in general, I guess. How do we regulate, and I guess this could be for either Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris, such as breweries, microbreweries, or liquor sales? Is that distance relating to the next amendment, or how is it regulated?
Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris?
Madam Chair, Madam President, sorry, councillors, breweries and tap rooms and other liquor uses have some distance separations in them under the state regulations, but there are no distance regulations in the IDO on these, and there are also no distance separations between other similar uses. For example, if you have a brewery, you are not required to be a certain distance away from another brewery. Breweries are allowed to cluster, as it were.
Madam President, if I can follow up on this question. So for example, if it was a liquor store, what is the state regulations in terms of the distance between adult entertainment or adult retail?
Madam President, Councilor Sinner, sorry, I got briefly distracted. Can you repeat that question?
No worries at all. So my question is, I guess when it relates to, I guess, state regulations, as you said, what specifically are those state regulations as it relates to adult entertainments or proximity to liquor stores, for example?
Madam President, councilors, as far as I know, there are no regulations associated between alcohol and adult businesses. My understanding is that certain liquor licenses are limited within 300 feet of a church or school. Again, that's at the state level. And then Ms. Schultz also just reminded me that liquor retail is conditional within 500 feet in the IDO of residential uses. But there, so we do have some stuff in both the state level and the IDO about distances between alcohol and uses that are sensitive that may be impacted by it, like churches and residential and schools. But what we don't have is anything about adult use to adult use, whether it's alcohol sale to alcohol sale or alcohol sale to other adult things such as adult retail.
Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
All right. Any other questions of counselors? It doesn't appear so. So with that, counselors, we are going to move to a vote on item B13, which is also amendment number 11.
13.
13.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Davis.
No.
Counselor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Senna.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails 1-8 on amendment 13, which is B13.
Okay, counselors. Now, Counselor Davis, we are going to move back to item B12, which is item 14.
Thank you, Madam President. What is now Amendment 14, excuse me, is sort of the backup of the first version. In short, this would add a 600-foot conditional distance between cannabis retail. In other words, it would let each neighborhood decide for itself or weigh in on questions of additional cannabis locations that were clustered fairly close to each other, like within a block or two. And nothing would, and that's all it does. So I would move amendment number 12.
Thank you, Counselor Davis, and I will second your amendment. There's also, I think, a second from Counselor Senna. No, a question from Counselor Senna? Counselor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President. So I do have some questions in regards to how this curbs those that are already established or jumped ahead and bought up a lot of property in anticipation of this industry. So if they pop up another one nearby, would it be, how would this process go and relate to who got there first, and then they have to apply for the conditional use with the neighborhoods, favoring one to the other? I just would like to understand a little bit more. I mean, I understand the density question, but just curious, how this, if it's a conditional use, if neighborhoods say, well, this is the one that we're utilizing, we like this one, we don't want another one in the area, or just how it relates, if you can explain that a little bit, or how this would provide some way that everyone can have access to. And I get it, it's conditional, so it could be approved, but.
And I'm sorry, Madam President, I just had a little connection issue. Was she asking me or was she asking our staff? And
I'm not sure who she's asking. Counselor Sena?
Either one, whoever would like to respond to that, if it's either Councilor Davis, the sponsor, or Ms. Morris.
Counselor Davis, it's your call.
I missed the first part of her question. Let Ms. Morris go, and I can always jump in. I have a lot to say, I'm sure, so they'll appreciate a different voice.
Madam President, councilors, so as drafted, this amendment would be kind of the first through the door, as it were. So if somebody came in with a building permit or something like that, and that was approved first, they would get that spot. The person who then submitted the next application, they would have to come in for a conditional use. And that speaks to Councillor Gibson's discussion, I think, a little bit earlier about the 6-month grace period. And I think if I'm tracking the conversation correctly, we asked the question only on B13, but we didn't ask the question on B12 about a friendly amendment to add a 6-month grace period. So I'm wondering if that is where you're going, Councillor Sena, with this question. But as drafted, it would be the first person to get in through the door would get would be the person who didn't have to do the conditional use.
Madam President.
Counselor, give me 1 second. Counselor Sena, does that answer your question?
Yes, in part. I also, I'm curious what Councillor Gibson would like to say, so maybe I'll hold my next comment after Councillor Gibson.
Okay, Councillor Gibson.
So, I think the answer that Ms. Morris gave us is the most logical and commonsensical one, at least on its face, but it may not be a real workable one, particularly in the very early days of opening this up. So, for example, I think I don't know if I mentioned this or not. One of the businesses that's looking to do business here is actually thinking about quite a large investment and wants to buy property and build a building. So they have to have a location, they have to have an address in order to get the license. And once they get the license, and they can, go through planning and do what they need to do there. So in that case, they could be, pretty well invested before, before they know whether or not they know whether they're going to be first in line or not. So I didn't say that very well. I hope I made some sense.
Councillor Sena?
So I guess my follow-up question to that is just that, the individuals who are in this industry or looking to be in this industry who really have deeper pockets, or I worry just for micro businesses. And I was just looking through my amendment for B21 as to how it would relate to micro businesses. And I just worry that, how that applies. I mean, if it's the first person to get their permit in and has the funds to do so, to start the application process, for those that want to start a micro business in an area, they're racing already behind because, the federal loan programs and just being, not at the same level or playing field. So I see that Mr. Melendres popped up and disappeared, but I'm just curious as to how this would be addressed for those that are in a micro business that could be maybe pushed out of an area just because the neighborhood maybe doesn't want another one because the industry's taken over that block.
So, Madam President, if I may, just, I don't, I probably didn't go far enough on what I was talking about before. Actually, the example I gave is some, in a big, larger established business wanting to get into the business here, into our industry down here. But I mean, it could happen with a micro business. It could happen with just about anyone. We could be looking at two different places of business within the same shopping center or strip mall. And, and if, smaller businesses, that's, much smaller investment to them is still an awful lot of money. So I just gave that one example. Maybe that was not the best example right off the bat to give, but it really doesn't matter whether you're making a very large investment or a smaller investment. It's proportional to where you are in the market. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Councilor Davis because he's had his hand up for a while. So.
Thanks, Madam President. I'll make this quick and just say, I've listened to Councilor Senna and Councilor Gibson. I think they make really excellent points. Again, I offered this amendment as sort of a compromise from the original proposals from the administration that we thought were too restrictive. But I am not I'm convinced that we should not be in the business of prohibiting our new micro businesses, who are particularly our minority-owned micro businesses, from competing at an equal playing field on the retail level with our existing producers. So I'm inclined not to support my own amendment and to allow us to let the business start as it should. And then we could always, of course, revisit this later this year if it becomes something that we feel like we need to step into. But I'm inclined to give them a fair shake.
Okay, councilors. Councilor Senna, do you have one more comment?
One more, and then I'll be done. I promise.
Oh, okay, hang on, Councilor Senna. Councilor Gibson. Councilor Senna had her hand up first.
Oh, okay.
Well, Councilor Davis, I do appreciate that, but I do hope that we're also going to think through about density soon, because I think they're rolling in, no pun intended, but they're coming. So, we have to really address how we look at density. And I know that is within our authority based on the Cannabis Recreational Act. So I hope we also think that through. But I would love to further this conversation and see what density could look like. I do think there needs to be some separation between cannabis retail, but how that looks, I think, of course, we're all deciding that. So just appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilor Gibson and then Councilor Pena now. Go ahead, Councilor.
So, we are not that far away from the 2021 IDO update. So we will be revisiting this this fall. I believe it's in October. That might be pretty good timing if we came back to revisit this in a few months. So that's sounding pretty good to me. To look at it again, look at this again. I don't expect that I think there's going to be an influx, initially, but I don't think it's going to be so great. So great that all of the good spots are taken up, for example. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. This is for Mr. Melendres. So the state, we're talking about distances and saturation of businesses. And right now, from the looks of it, it's really the larger businesses that are going to have this open playing field in terms of an opportunity to be able to open businesses, because correct me if I'm wrong, the state hasn't really come up with a mechanism on how to give micro licenses. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, the Cannabis Regulation Act contemplates this concept of micro businesses, but it's up to the regulation division to come up with the rules as to how that licensing is going to work. And that process is not complete.
So where do some of these amendments, so I'm really having a lot of, hesitation with all this, like these restrictions that we're putting forward, all these amendments that we're putting forward, and I'm just sitting here listening. I think it's a unique opportunity for our city, for the state, but just listening to everybody, and when they're talking about, I'm hearing everybody talk about cannabis, and it's kind of driving me a little nuts, because we, this is what me as a person of color is marijuana, and yet we're putting all these things forward. We're talking about all these restrictions from distances, and I'm just really concerned that these micro businesses, since this process has not started, that we're not going to be, those people aren't going to have this same opportunity. And I don't know what we do in terms of making some language in all of these amendments that really talk about how we, save a space for these, because everything's going to be saturated. The little guy isn't going to be able to get in, and I'm, just knowing that, I know people who have, served prison time just because of small amounts of marijuana. And I think it's just kind of really unfortunate that yet we haven't, and we haven't really discussed it. And I'm wanting to move forward, and I'm wanting to, make room for this industry to come into our city, and but it just feels like we're all not talking about what's real here, right? The fact is that some people are still in jail. It's now cannabis, and it's marijuana. When it was in our hands, it was marijuana, and it's like, that's the dirty word now, so we can't use that word. And so I just, I would really love for us to, looking at this amendment in particular, is that we should do something to where we can kind of not allow for some of these businesses to, I feel like we're lifting everything so that they can come in and we're rolling out the red carpet, and which is good, but yet we don't have the same people present that really should have an opportunity to get into this industry. So, I'm not sure, how I feel about any of the amendments just moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just quickly to follow on with Councilor Pena's thoughts there. With regard to this specific amendment before us, I'd be a lot more comfortable with it if we did have a geographical, prevention of concentration for the big businesses, but that we exempt the micro business integrated model from this distance separation. That's just not to confuse matters anymore, but I agree. I think there ought to be some breaks given, besides the fact that they can combine all their operations in one building, which I don't think would be possible, or be sure it would not be possible. Maybe it is with the big ones, but there are not that many breaks aside from maybe one of the amendments coming up for the micro business model. And I think that would be really kind of fair and give them a bit of a leg up.
And I would, Madam President, just to follow up, please. Thank you, Councilor Benton. I really appreciate it. This is very frustrating for me, being a person of color, just to really having all this discussion and really talking about how this is just kind of just steamrolling us in certain aspects, So I would love to have that discussion, and and I appreciate all your comments, Councilor Davis. And I'm glad that you have all the experience in all of this. But I just don't want it to get lost about really about people. And about people of color in all this discussion as we're making way for this industry. I don't want to look back and see that we didn't do our due diligence in terms of you know, shoot, man, just us getting run over again. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. Councilor Sena, you've had your hand up for some time.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't want to jump to my amendment, but my amendment B21 specifically talks about microbusiness with this lens, and especially in having conversations with not just those already in this industry, but really with the communities that had been previously harmed. Talking with individuals whose families are still waiting for their records to be expunged, and wanting to get into this industry and thinking about how this will shape how we continue. And the individual at public comment even shared that, you know, his life was impacted for having I think it was 5 grams, and how really now thinking back to all the years that he lost and how now he wishes to jump into the industry, which he should have the right to. So I would love to just talk briefly, I guess, with Ms. Morris or Mr. Melendrez for micro businesses and this specific amendment, because I believe, if I'm correct, my amendment would exempt micro businesses from that. And so I just want some clarification so that I may actually support this amendment, knowing that there is an exemption, but I just want some clarification there in discussing micro businesses.
Madam President,
Pardon me, Ms. Morris, go ahead.
Madam President, councilors, yes, Amendment B21 has a series of if clauses based on whether or not other amendments pass in advance. And so this is one of the amendments that there's an if clause about. So if this amendment B12 passes with the 600 feet conditional distance between retailers, it would exempt cannabis micro businesses. And so that amendment includes a definition to say that would be anyone with either the cannabis micro business license or the integrated cannabis micro business license per the Cannabis Regulations Act.
Okay, councilors.
If I could follow up.
Councilor Sena.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more, because we're talking about micro business quite a lot, but really as it relates to the CRA, what is really a micro business? Because I want to make sure that the public is aware as well, the impact of what regular cannabis industry, as we're discussing it, versus a micro business. So if you can go into that detail, either Ms. Morris or Mr. Melendrez, and why we're talking about it differently.
Madam President, councilors, yes, the state enacted these 2 licenses with the intent to address the concerns that they were hearing about the equity issue and the small business level and concerns. The 2 micro business licenses are limited to 200 plants and 1 retail store. So it's quite small in scale. And therefore means a lot less capital. I'll hand over to somebody who maybe doesn't have a protester on hand.
Madam President, if I may just add to Ms. Morris's and Kiyoshi's comments.
Go ahead, Mr. Melendez, but I just also want to mention that Councilor Benton is waving his hand. Councilors, I'm going to remind you to use your raise hand feature, because I see people doing this and I see people putting their hands up. So I want to be consistent.
Madam President,
waving at Kiyoshi, but
I was going to continue to address Councilor Sena's question, if that's appropriate. I concur with everything that Ms. Morris said. The only thing that I would add is that the structure that the Cannabis Regulation Act sets out also has a licensing fee component, and for the micro businesses, the cost of entry is a bit more attainable, at least on paper, relative to what you're going to pay to the regulation division in order to get one of these licenses.
And Mr. Melendez, if I can also continue on my line of questioning, I guess, to follow up. And from my understanding too, as part of what the definition of micro business, it also relates to how it's produced as well, right? Or manufactured. It uses non-volatile solvents, and it's just completely different, I guess, in a way. And you know, is that correct? From my
Madam President, Councilor Sena, I'll be quite honest with you. I have not paid attention to that component of it. I looked at the licensing fee structure and sort of the underlying policy of the act, but I am not familiar with those details.
That is proposed, Councilor Sena, for the manufacturing rules. They just haven't been developed yet. You're right.
Hey, counselors, it looks like we've, for lack of a better word, beat a dead horse to death on this particular item. And I hate to use those analogies, but I'm just
Madam
wondering,
President?
do you still have another comment, Counselor Sena?
Yeah, sorry to continue on beating. So I think after this realization and this conversation that I will be in support of this amendment. That I think in talking and understanding a little bit better what conditional use as it applies to the cannabis industry, but also thinking about what additional amendments we have down the line. I do really appreciate Councilor Pena's remarks because I have the same agreement. I have a family member who was incarcerated when it was previously deemed illegal, and then while he was serving time, it became legal in his state, not in ours. And now he is waiting for expungement on his record. And just knowing and understanding that within not just my own family, but that so many are still continuing to wait. And I shared previously what my general thoughts and sentiments are about this regulation and how we're proceeding pretty rapidly. But I will state that I know that the RLD did send down a letter to talk about how we should be focusing on this, but I do want to also just caution us in general as we think through that other cities are watching us as well. And I hope that we're being just mindful of that and thinking about really who we are including at the table. So I actually will be supporting this amendment and will maybe encourage even the sponsor to reverse his, all right. Sounds great. So I guess with that, I urge your support.
Okay, Counselor. Actually, this is Counselor Davis's. So Counselor Davis, would you like to close?
I'll do that.
You've got other counselors urging their support. So there you go.
You know the old saying that you quit when you're ahead, right? So Councilor Sena, I promise you, I'll support yours if you'll support mine. I think this is a really great I think those two pieces of legislation coming together accomplish everybody's goals. It sort of unnecessarily limits the clustering of these large cannabis retailers and businesses that are mostly well-established to protect some of the character of our neighborhoods and exempts the new businesses and gives them an opportunity to compete. I think it's good. It's a good compromise. I think it makes sense. And quite frankly, I think it's how good legislation is made. So let's work on that together and urge your support for both amendments whenever we get to the other one.
Okay, we've already dealt with item B13, which is number 14. Or this is number 14.
This is 14.
I'm sorry, number 13. So we're going to this is amendment 14, which is on my sheet shows it's listed as B12. So I think we've had the discussion that we're going to have, and we are going to move to a vote on this particular item.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
No.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
No.
Motion passes 6-3 on Amendment 14, which is B12.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes. I'm just going to mention for the council, we're about halfway through and it's 8:15. So I think we go till 10:30 and then we have to start amending the rules. So I'd like to try to finish up tonight if possible, counselors. So just to let you know what we're going to expect tonight is to try to forge through all of the amendments. We are on what I call B14, which is item number 15, Amendment 15. And this is Counselor Davis.
Thank you. I just want to be sure we're all talking about the same one. Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 15 limits. I'm sorry. Give me just a second.
You want me? I can read it into the record, Counselor.
This seems like a technical cleanup, I think, Madam President.
Removes the distance separation requirement for cannabis and cannabis manufacturing from a residential zone district.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This deals with both cultivation and manufacturing. Would eliminate that prohibition that was in the law that's not consistent with the state law. Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 15.
Is there a second? Is there a second, Counselor Benton?
Yes, thank you.
Consider that a second. Okay, Counselor Davis.
Again, ma'am, I think this is pretty consistent with the way the council's been voting tonight. These businesses are not open to the public. They're just simply facilities to operate and prepare products for other places and don't usually have any impacts on the neighbors. And as we've addressed, if there were such a thing, they have to have an odor plan approved by the city. So I think we've adequately prepared. And so this seems unnecessary to have that extra restriction beyond what the state has already determined is appropriate.
Are there any questions of counselors? So just for clarification, the last amendment that passed created a distance separation requirement, and this is removing the distance separation requirement. So what am I confused here? Shannon?
Madam President, the last one related only to retail. So the retail stores, this one relates to just the manufacturing and production facilities that are not open to the public and are generally only in the commercial area, the industrial areas.
Okay. Is that right, Shannon?
Madam President, yes, that's correct. The previous amendment was talking about a distance separation
between retail to retail. This amendment that the council is discussing now is discussing a distance separation that exists in the IDO today between either a cultivation or manufacturing use and a residential zone district. This amendment would propose to strike that distance separation to a residential zone district.
Okay.
So if you have a single family home that's zoned residential, then there is a distance requirement in a manufacturing area.
Council President
Borrego, what exists in the IDO today is that distance separation requirement. If you are in a residential zone district, a cannabis cultivation facility or a cannabis manufacturing facility cannot be within 330 feet of that residential zone district. This amendment proposes to strike that distance separation requirement, which would allow a manufacturer or cultivator to locate within 300 feet of a residential zone district.
As long as it's otherwise permitted, Ms. Schultz. I'm sorry, Madam President, just to be clear though, it would still have to be in an industrial or NR use or wherever it's appropriate, right? So in those places where those like NR zones back up to residential, like it's not just you can do it in any residential area because.
Madam President, of course, you would have to have the proper zoning in place, and then there are a handful of use-specific standards. The one that you mentioned was the odor control plan. Those would all have to be followed as well. Certainly, it would not be allowable for someone with R1 zoning to start up a cannabis cultivation facility.
Counselor Benton.
Quick question. Does this relate to micro business in any way? Would this apply equally to them?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, this is actually deleting a distance separation requirement. So it would actually be opening the door to more facilities to locate in more areas of the city, whether they have a micro business license or a regular license.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any other questions from the counselors. So with that, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion passes on a 7-2 vote. Amendment 15, which is B14.
Thank you, counselors. Amendment number B15, which is amendment number 16. And this is Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I move this, I want to ask the staff just to clarify for us relating, since we've just passed the last amendment. I don't think this is necessary because this would now restore like a conditional use prohibition where we just took away a prohibition. Am I reading that correctly? I seem to recall that these were an either or.
Madam Chair, sorry, Madam President, councillors, B15 is still necessary. This takes cannabis cultivation and manufacturing from prohibited to conditional within 300 feet. So B14 and B15 kind of build on each other. So because B14 just struck the residential component, this would then be revising, if B15 passes, the IDO would read cannabis cultivation and cannabis manufacturing is conditional within 300 feet of a school and daycare, as opposed to prohibited.
Thank you, ma'am. And since we deleted residential, that just won't apply even though it's in the draft text. That's right.
That's correct. You should have a version of the amendment that has a final action item number 3, I believe, that has an asterisk next to it that says if B14 passed, which it did, the residential language would also be struck.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the indulgence. And so with that clarification on how this all comes together, I would move amendment, whatever number is next, B15.
There's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Counselor, I would offer a friendly amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we add religious institution to this?
I would not consider that friendly, Madam President, since we rejected it earlier, but I wouldn't oppose the president from trying to amend my amendment.
Does that mean yes?
No, I won't support it, but you can try if you'd like.
I would like to add that if I could. I could make a motion to add religious institution. Do I have a second? I see 2 seconds. Councillor Bassan, Councillor Harris, thank you. So I guess we need to vote, unless there are any further discussion. I would propose that we vote on the friendly amendment. Do we need to add, is that?
You have a motion in a second.
On the friendly amendment. So I go to Ms. Ortega on that.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Davis,
No.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion fails 4-5.
Okay, so the friendly amendment fails. We will move to, unless there are any further discussion on item B15, which is also item amendment 16. Counselor Senna.
I guess I just wanted some more clarification. I don't know if I quite understood how B14 relates to this amendment. If I'm understanding this right, then residential zone is struck from this amendment? Is that, or am I not understanding that properly? In this amendment, residential zones are struck.
Madam President and Councillor Senna, yes. Even though this amendment references residential zone district in the text, the amendment that just passed prior struck that language. So that language is not in the, technically in the IDO today, because that previous amendment passed. And so what this amendment would do is allow a conditional use to be requested if a manufacturing or cultivation facility wanted to occur within 300 feet of a school or child daycare facility. So residential zone district is not on the table at this point.
Madam President, if I can follow up.
Of course.
Thank you for that clarification. And I guess for also the purpose of our public that's watching, what would it entail to go through a conditional use approval?
Madam President
and Councillor Senna, conditional use approval requests go through the zoning hearing examiner. That is a public meeting that requires notice to the adjoining neighborhood associations. An applicant would have to send out a request for a pre-application neighborhood meeting where the surrounding neighborhoods would have an opportunity to meet with the applicant before the hearing even takes place. And then of course at the hearing itself, public comment would be taken, and the zoning hearing examiner has a pretty specific set of criteria that must be considered when a conditional use permit is requested that relates to harm and proving that this use would not cause harm to the surrounding community.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
I don't see any other counselors in the queue. So with that, I will go back to the sponsor for a close.
Urge your support.
Okay, we will go to Ms. Ortega on the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Amendment passes 7-2. Amendment 16, which is B15 as written.
Okay, counselors, I hope you're following along because these numbers are getting confusing. I am going to jump a little bit on this because we have sign regulation hours, but we still have some zoning issues that I'd like to address before we deal with the sign and the hours. I think they're important. And so we're going to jump to, on your list, on your sheet, it says amendment number B18, which now will be amendment 17, and it's under zoning. So we will move to our sponsor on this particular item, which is under policy direction. Under zoning, Counselor Davis.
I'm just pulling that out of my packet, Madam President, just a second, so I can speak intelligently about it. I think this is what we said, 17. The next amendment, Madam President, would allow for cannabis product manufacturing in a mixed use area if it doesn't exceed 10,000 square feet of a gross area and all of the activities must be conducted on the fully enclosed portion of the building. The purpose behind this is, I'm seeing something different on the screen than what I had. Oh, this is Councilor Benton's piece as well. The purpose behind this is, again, for small manufacturers, and this is like folks that make edibles. We're not talking about people that are manufacturing volatile explosive substances, et cetera, would be able to do that in a mixed use area and like a live work environment so they can have a small business. And I do have Mr. Melendrez has a additional text amendment that I would like to add to clarify that it wouldn't allow any of those hazardous substances. But so I would move this amendment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now, Counselor, are you amending the motion then before we get the second? Because if you are, we really need to have that on the record.
I'm going to ask Mr. Melendrez if he would. He has some language that would just help us clarify the intent here, and then I'll let the president decide if it's friendly, which I think it is, or if we need a separate vote. I don't think we do, but I'll defer to Mr. Melendrez.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Davis. On the amendment before you, the B18 amendment, there is a paragraph 2, and there is within that paragraph 2 green text that reads, if located in a mixed-use zone district, on-site activation, distillation, or extraction are prohibited. And that language deals with processes that I think can take place in different forms. And so perhaps a more appropriate focus would be on the types of activities that are happening within those processes to focus this limitation on. And so there is existing language in the IDO that talks about limiting the use of hazardous materials as defined by federal regulations. And so to the extent that production processes are occurring that don't use those types of substances and materials that are, because of their volatility or toxicity, regulated by federal regulations of the EPA or otherwise, then those types of activities are likely not the ones that would be appropriate to target here. And so if that made any sense, if I still have you, the proposal would be to strike that green language in part and make it say, if located in a mixed use zone district, hazardous materials as defined by federal regulations, the use of hazardous materials as defined by federal regulations is prohibited.
Councilor Davis?
I appreciate that. That's what we want to do. We just want to clarify that if you're doing this in a mixed use area, you can't use hazardous chemicals. I trust the staff to figure out how the technical language works, but it's a smart, safe cleanup. Thank you. And I would consider it friendly unless the president doesn't.
Councilor Bassan, is that a second? Or what is that? Or is that a question?
Madam President,
We had a second from Councilor Jones already.
Mine's more of a question.
So Councilor Jones, is that are you still providing a second on that?
Yes.
As amended?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll come back to Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I originally had a question about it. Now it turned into a comment after some clarification, but I think that it is important that we don't have any unnecessary explosions. I know there's constituents that have reached out, and historically, even here in New Mexico, we've had problems with that. So I am also happy to support the hazardous materials versus just oil. Thank you.
Okay, councilors, we have a motion and a second. We had one comment from Councilor Bassan. Are there any other questions? And I'm looking to see, I don't see any. So with that, councilors, we are going to move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega, would you clarify what amendment number we're on?
Sure. We're on amendment number 17, which is labeled B18. Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena. I'll come back. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Passes on an 8-0 vote with Counselor Pena excused.
Okay, thank you, counselor. She must have stepped away for a minute. I know this is a really long meeting, counselors. I apologize, but I think it's really important that we get through all of this today because our Monday meeting is probably going to be just as long and our Friday meeting will be shorter, but you know, it's important that we get this done. So we're going to move on to amendment number 18, which is labeled in your packet as B21. And this is Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. B21 or floor amendment 18, if I'm getting that right, addresses really what we were discussing previously on micro businesses, retail, cultivation, and manufacturing. It has a lot of if statements, whether or not we pass some of the other amendments, but I would like to move this amendment.
Okay, Counselor, we have a second from Counselor Davis. And I'm looking to see if there are any questions regarding your amendment.
And Madam President, if I can also just have
Go ahead, Counselor.
one item on this amendment packet doesn't specifically address some of the amendments that have already been passed, and I just want to be sure that we explain that thoroughly. So if Ms. Morris could explain the section or action item 2, or no, sorry, 1 and 2, and then go on to the rest of the amendments and how they apply, or the language in the amendment, I should say.
Ms. Morris or Ms. Schultz?
Madam President, councillors, yes. This amendment has a large number of action items in it. So the first 2 action items are intended kind of no matter what happens. So action item number 1 would take cannabis retail from prohibited to permissive in the MXT zone. But then add a use specific standard that specifically says if you have a cannabis retail micro business license. So cannabis micro business license holders would have the ability to go into zones that otherwise they couldn't for a retail use. And then amendments 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8 are all based on amendments that have or have not passed. So action number 3 would be irrelevant because E9 did not pass. Action item number 4 is irrelevant because cannabis cultivation moved to conditional, I think, is that right? If I'm hopefully I'm keeping track of everything. Amendment number 5 is also action item number 5 is also irrelevant because we didn't add any other uses than schools or daycares. Action item number 6 is relevant, again, because manufacturing, we haven't added any additional other uses. And then action item number 7, that one's also irrelevant because we just passed B18. And then B8, number 8, also this one is irrelevant because we didn't add any extra uses to cannabis manufacturing. So in this one, the key items are actually numbers 1, 2, and 9. So you guys have been voting in such a way that is so far pretty supportive of the economic development aspect of cannabis. And so those additional items were not necessary based on your existing votes. So, oh no, sorry, hang on a minute. Oh, it's a long day. You did vote yes on the 600 foot. That one is action item
Number 2, I think.
number 2. Thank you. Almost 3. We'll get there eventually. So if amendments pass that add distance separations between cannabis retail and uses other than schools or daycares, and or that prohibit cannabis retail on main streets, and or that require a distance between cannabis retail establishments. So it's this last section. Add the following exception. So the relevant action items are 1, 2, 3, and 9, which adds a definition for cannabis micro business license based on your votes so far tonight.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Petra. Is that clear, counselors? I know it's late and I know it's everyone's tired, but is that clear enough? I see Counselor Sena's hand raised.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate, of course, our planning staff here for hanging tough with us and Kiyoshi and all of our families too. But thank you for providing that clarification, because I really wanted to stress that point as to how this also relates to what we passed previously in thinking about our density question. So I think this is really getting at the heart of what we were discussing previously, that this kind of puts others at a more level playing field, and is trying, I think this is just a step of applying equity into this industry. I think that conversations with those that passed the bill at the legislature are certainly interested in this because I think components of the bill that allow for more equity in this discussion in previous versions of the CRA weren't exactly included in the one that passed. And so I just want to be sure that we kind of stress those points, especially as we talk about, you know, whether co-ops where it was not included in the bill, and just thinking about how those that wish to enter into this industry should be able to, and really thinking about micro business as small business. So with that, if I can close, if no one else has any questions, I urge your support so that we can apply some equity into this industry.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. I don't see any other questions. No more hands in the queue. We will go to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Passes on an 8-0 vote with Pena excused.
Thank you, counselors. I think we're going to go back now to policy direction, which is labeled in your packet under sign regulations, number B16. And this is sponsored by Counselor Jones. This would be amendment number 18. 19. Amendment number 19, shown in your packet is B16. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is by request, and it is addressing signage. It basically would restrict sign type, location, and content for all 3 cannabis uses: retail, cultivation, and manufacturing.
Thank you. I'll second that, Counselor.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Counselor Davis, did you have a question, or your hand went up?
If the council wants to debate it, I'm happy to get into it. I think there's a general understanding that this might be an overreach and unnecessary to treat these businesses differently. But if we want to have a discussion, I'm happy to talk about why I think these are unnecessary, particularly for all the these new businesses that are getting in and getting started that would have would have different rules than the existing ones. But I'll see where the conversation goes.
Counselor, it doesn't appear that anybody has any conversation. There are no hands raised in the queue. Going once, going twice. All right, counselors, we will go to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Davis,
No.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena, Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion passes 8-0 with Pena excused. On Amendment 19, which is B16.
Thank you, counselors. We will move on to hours. And our first amendment is labeled B17. This would be Amendment B20. And our sponsor is Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, by request. That says it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Do we have a second? Going once, going twice. Do we have a second? Counselor Pena? Is that a second? Okay, we have a second from Counselor Pena. Is there any discussion regarding hours for visits, customer visits and deliveries? Counselor Sena, looks like you have a question.
I'd love to hear from the administration on this one, since it's their amendment.
Thank you,
Anyone?
Madam President.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing us. I appreciate that. The thinking on this proposed amendment is that the hours on retail really mirrors liquor establishments as far as not allowing business between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And then on the cannabis cultivation and the cannabis manufacturing, again, the thinking here is there's some added language that within 300 feet of a residential zone district, potentially these types of facilities could have trucks, delivery trucks, vehicles coming in and out. There could be, backup beepers, things of that nature. And so it would be important to protect some of those areas that are close to residential zone districts.
Thank you for that clarification. Counselor Davis.
I know I'm always the one. Maybe Mr. Melendres can give me this really quickly. He was kind enough and smart enough to tell me this, but Madam President, earlier in the meeting, we made a distinction between some of these businesses that would be conditional when they were close to some of these other areas. And when they're conditional use, I understand that there are hours restrictions already in that. And so it seems kind of duplicative for us to just pass another set of hours restrictions. The ones we said were too close to other uses already have one. Would it be possible to have Mr. Melendres sort of just explain that really quickly in case?
Madam President, Councilor Davis, so to the extent that a cannabis use is conditional within 300 feet of a residential zone, the conditional use standard, the general conditional use standard for any conditional use in the city is that it would not increase non-residential activity after the hours of 8 p.m. and before 6 a.m. So to the extent that this would propose that customer visits and deliveries cannot happen after 10 p.m. and the nature of those trips being non-residential, it appears that the conditional use standard that exists already would be more restrictive.
Thank you, Madam President. For that reason, I just don't think this is necessary. I think it's already covered for those businesses that are conditional.
Any other questions, counselors? I just have a quick question of Mr. Melendres. Are we by restricting deliveries and visits, are there other uses that have that sort of same restriction? Or are we calling out sort of a specific business and by default, creating a problem?
Well, Madam President, like anything that the council enacts through zoning, as long as there is a rational basis for what you're proposing, it's not particularly relevant what is happening with other uses, presumably to the extent that other uses are having a similar impact. They would be subject to similar limitations. However, aside from the conditional use standard about nighttime operations, hours of operation are not generally restricted by the IDO. With respect to special licensures, for example, with liquor licensing, and presumably with some of the rules that the state regulation division will come up with for cannabis, there can be hour restrictions under a license that are enforced against the license as opposed to enforced as a land use matter.
Okay, so you're saying that this is kind of not a land use issue, it's more regulatory?
Madam President.
Not regulatory, but I don't know what the word is.
Madam President, I think what you're kind of reaching for there is it could be a licensing issue. And so we're still waiting for the regulation division to come up with specific parameters of licenses. But to the extent it's anything like liquor licensing, it will likely have an hours limitation. And so although it can be a land use issue, it is already addressed in the IDO through the conditional use standards.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Senna?
No, I guess I have further questions on this, and just so that we're clear, and part of this frustration is just because I wish we kind of waited for some of the state and guidelines from RLD on this, because I am curious about prohibition on times, but I also just worry that, it would also promote those that wish to do this in not a legitimate business style, I guess. And so that's just my worry, that during some of these times that it is prohibited, that it could promote those that don't have a legitimate business. So I'm trying to tap that fine line, because I also understand and hope that RLD would send a little bit more guidance before we got here. And so I guess it's more of a statement than it is a question. I still have not been so convinced. Again, I am really uncomfortable voting on this particular one just because that RLD has not sent more guidelines. I feel a little bit more confident now that Mr. Melendez has also explained some of the conditional use, because I think it is true in terms of, hours of operations for cultivation facilities. I think that clarification was really helpful. But again, this one I just am really struggling with. So I don't know if it's big for either a response from the administration, since this is their amendment. But I still am struggling, just because I don't want this to promote those that are not in the legitimate business to be able to get promoted.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Any other comments? Councilors, we're moving right along. We only have 3 after this. We will move to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Madam President, I'd like to clarify the result of the vote on the prior amendment, which was amendment number 19, B16. I had announced it as 8-0 passing, when in fact it was 0-8 failed, with Pena excused. Apologies for the oversight. I think it's getting a little late for all of us. Thank you. So on amendment number 20, which is B17, Councilor Bassan.
No.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris. Counselor Harris? Excused. Counselor Jones?
No.
Counselor Pena?
No.
Counselor Pena, thank you. Counselor Sena?
No.
Counselor Borrego?
No.
Motion fails on a 0-8 vote with Counselor Harris excused.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the vote?
0-4-8 against with Counselor Harris excused.
Thank you, counselors, for bearing with me. So B20 is now mute. So we will withdraw that. So we only have 2 more, counselors. How about that? We are moving on then. Actually, we only have 1 more, counselors. So we should all be proud of ourselves. Other regulations on your sheet, it's the very last one. This is Amendment B19, which will be Amendment B21, correct? This is Amendment B19, and this is Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, by request, B19 or B21, whichever one you're going to call it, adds grandfathering language to specify that existing medical cannabis facilities will still be legal for the purpose of the IDO if they choose to pursue recreational cannabis in the future.
And I'll second that, Counselor. Thank you. Are there any questions? I see Counselor Davis.
Just a second.
Oh, another second. Okay. Any questions, counselors? There are no hands in the queue. We will go to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. With no further business to come before the city council, you should all be very. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm wanting to get out of here by 9 o'clock, counselors. We have 5 minutes.
I know. And I apologize to everybody. I don't think this will take long. I inquired as to whether this is okay with Mr. Melendres, and I would like to move a different version of my bill on the, not my bill, my amendment B4. That was on the geographic responsiveness and climate. And I think staff has that, but it's exactly the same, only it would only address the geographic responsiveness. That's the view aspect, as opposed to the without the energy climatic responsiveness. That would not be a part of it. That would still go as per the previous vote.
Excuse me, Counselor Benton. So you're wanting to go back, just so we're clear.
Technically, this is a new amendment. We're not going back, but this is the same language we were debating in the previous one where they were combined.
Okay, Counselor, could you explain the amendment that you're bringing forward? This would be considered amendment number 22?
Yes, this is the exact same language that was left in the other one when it was defeated. So in other words, that would, this is currently in the bill. And this would be to remove the, this is the wrong one. This is the climate one. Respond to climate. Yeah.
Madam President, Councilor Benton.
This one would strike the geographic responsiveness piece of the amendment. I think it was B4 that was considered earlier, but it would leave in the climatic.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So this would leave as but I mean, the climatic is already in there, right? So we really wouldn't be amending that part.
Madam
Yeah, so
President,
this would
Council
leave the
President,
climate in. Yeah, this would leave the climate stuff in as per our previous vote, but would remove the geographic responsiveness, which is a fancy term for maintaining views or consideration of views in terms of the design. And again, well intended, but in this case, I think it goes on even more difficult ground in that it implies that views are always going to be there. And I think that's problematic. And I'm not probably being very articulate at this late date, but I'd like to give this a try. So I move this amendment. There's a second.
Okay, is there a second for this amendment? I don't see anyone raise. Counselor Davis, there's a second. So Counselor Davis, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan and Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess looking at B4, was our conversation earlier, so you're saying take out the climatic responsiveness?
No, leave it in and take out the geographic responsiveness.
Sorry. I was suggesting last time, right? I just want to make sure that I'm reading it right.
Right. So the climate is in there and would remain. This is the one that is responding to views and prominent features that would be seen from within the building.
Okay.
We didn't have much debate about this one last time. We were more focused, I guess, on the climate.
And I guess, sorry, Counselor, Madam President, Counselor, I think that again, as much as I agreed with your original one per se, it still kind of leaves some of it, but if the will of the council ends up preferring this one, that's fine. I feel like I'm still hoping that we can come up with the better teeth, I guess, after this. Never mind, we're all tired.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Counselor Jones.
I was just curious what exactly we were doing, and that was made very clear to us, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we will move to a vote. Counselor Benton, before we move to a vote, would you like to close?
No, I think we've said enough about it. As long as everybody understands what I'm doing here is just breaking this one out for a separate vote.
We will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson. Counselor Gibson. Welcome back. Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Counselor Gibson. Excused. Motion fails on a 3-5 vote, with Counselor Gibson excused for Amendment 22.
Okay, counselors, just when you thought that was the last one, I'm bringing one more up, and this would be number 23. And I'm going to have Shanna explain this one.
Madam President, I would be happy to. Give me one moment and I will pull up a document for the councilors to look at.
Pardon me, Madam President, if you don't, will you please mute so that we can't hear Ms. Schultz quite as well when both microphones are on?
Okay, Madam President, this amendment proposes to rescind an amendment that was passed by the LUPS committee. At the May 12th LUPS hearing, an amendment passed that would allow drive-through facilities as a permissive use in the MXL zone. In the IDO today, drive-throughs are a conditional use in the MXL zone. So what passed at LUPS moved it from conditional to permissive. This amendment would go backwards on that and move it back from permissive to conditional.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I move this amendment. Do I have a second? I have several hands raised. I don't know if those are seconds. Councillor Benton, Councillor Sena. Okay, do we, Councillor Benton, did you have a comment or was that a second?
That was a second.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. Do we have any questions? Any comments? It appears not, so we will move to the vote.
I'm sorry, I do have a question.
Councillor Jones?
I'm sorry, I'm going to rib you just a little bit. I thought we weren't supposed to question what our committees did.
Councillor, we set a precedence earlier, so I figured, you know, I guess we question them.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I totally get it, and I'm exhausted just the same as you are.
Could not resist it, Madam President.
Thank you for that, Councillor. We are going to move to the vote if we have no further comments. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
No.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes, I think so.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Jones.
No.
Councillor Pena.
No.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that, Councillor?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 5-4 vote for Amendment 23.
Thank you, councillors. I just want to thank all of you and commend all of you for hanging tough tonight. I know that this was really an important meeting and an important issue to the community. And I think that we did really, really well. So I see Councillor Sena also has a comment, I believe, Councillor Sena, or is that from the previous vote?
This is a general comment before we vote, however we're voting for the overall ordinance for the IDO. I just wanted to make sure I was able to make a comment before closing.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I don't know if that is a close or a comment from Councillor Benton, but I just wanted to be sure to take this time. I know overall this process of the IDO is very frustrating for our community. I think that we try to be as transparent as possible. We do have these go through committees, as was explained previously. However, in just relating it to what we just did for the past 6 hours, mostly talking about cannabis too, I really do struggle with the fact that we did rush through an industry that is so new without having more guidelines from the state and also more input. I really do wish that there was more time so that we can have more people at the table, specifically those that are still awaiting expungement, for those that had previously been incarcerated and harmed and wanted to be part of this conversation as to what regulation would look like. So I know that overall this ordinance will pass, but I'm going to vote no, specifically for those reasons, because I just can't really knowingly support something that we just didn't include specifically for this new industry. And I try not to do this because I know so many others take a lot of issue with the IDO, but my specific reasons is relating to cannabis. We do not decriminalize cannabis every 2 months. This is something that's a one in a generational thing that we do in decriminalizing cannabis. And for us to have gone through so fast, I just will be voting no in the overall ordinance because of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sena. Councillor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank everyone who's worked so hard on our staff on the bill. And I know it seems tedious and drawn out, but think about the way we used to do amendments to the zoning code. It was willy-nilly. It was anytime and all the time. And it was a very unpredictable process for everyone involved. And the good thing about the IDO is that we do have a predictable time to do annual updates, and we remain on a schedule to do those, so that can be out there for the better part of a year being debated by ourselves and by DPC and by the public. So, but I really want to thank Ms. Morris and Ms. Schultz and Chris Melendres and the administration's planning department as well. You know, it's good work, and we're, you know, the cannabis was something that jumped up on us, and I don't think we had much choice but to pass something fairly quickly. I guess I'm not sure about those details of the schedule that's imposed on us by the state, but more than anything, just want to thank everybody for their diligence and including all the counselors working on this. Yeah, I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other? I know that was probably the closing remark, but I didn't know if there were any other counselors that wanted to say anything before we close.
Madam President,
Counselor Davis.
I've said more than my share tonight. I just want to say thank you to everybody who did work on this. It's my belief that the state really didn't give us a lot of latitude. And we really did a good job of listening to everybody. I opposed it earlier, but I was really glad we extended some of those conversations a little longer to allow those voices. And I think Councilor Sun is right. And we should continue the conversations, not because the bill's passing or that it will eventually go into effect, but because, as somebody mentioned, we're going to start doing the next round in a month or so of looking at the new amendments and monitoring our progress. So I do appreciate that we don't have to do this again for another year, but I do appreciate that we have a chance to do it. So thank you. And I appreciate everyone's patience and help.
Counselors, your last chance. I am also going to vote no on this bill, only because I think that, you know, I mean, obviously being a planner and having my background that I do, I'm very appreciative of the staff and the work that we've done to get this far, but I'm concerned about some of the processes that have occurred. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no. So, Councilor Benton, I guess that was your close. Thank you.
I think Councilor Jones was co-sponsor.
Councilor Jones, did you have any? I see your puppy.
I see somebody there that might want to.
This is the assistant Cookie. She's in training.
Your new puppy, right?
Yeah, my new puppy. So I just want to thank everybody. This was one very difficult and straining issue, and I know this was probably one of the most divided topics we've come up against. And just want to let you know that some of us don't believe in legalized cannabis in any way. Realize it is, and know that we have to do what's right to make it work for the people. So, and just to let you know, Councilor Davis, you don't have to show yours because it's bigger. This one's just little.
Okay, we're getting tired. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I accidentally backed out of this meeting and I was having trouble getting back on, so I apologize for that. But I did vote on the very last, the drive-up rescission, and did not realize how I was voting. I thought I was voting for the bill and I ended up voting against it. So I'm wondering if I can change, if we can, I move to reconsider that last amendment.
Second. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can second it, right?
Counselor, we've already closed the floor. So I'm not going to allow it if I,
Well, there's now a motion and a second on the floor.
I don't see any hands raised to make that motion. I guess you have a motion. I don't see a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilor
I
Harris.
move to overrule the president.
Pardon me?
I move to overrule the president. Anyone can do that. The meeting's not over. She can reconsider an amendment.
Okay, and we will go to our last amendment. Counselor Gibson?
First, we have
Um,
to move.
I'm-
First, we have to vote on the reconsideration.
There's a motion and a second to reconsider. And hold on, because I've got to find the number.
23.
23. And could you state the,
Gibson. And she was one of those in favor.
is that for the drive-through? Okay, there's a motion and a second to reconsider a condition, the number 23, which is the drive-through be conditional. And we will go to the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Just to clarify, this motion that we're voting on now is for reconsideration. We take a vote on this, it needs a majority vote for reconsideration, and then we go back to Amendment 23 for a new vote. So,
I'm very sorry. I'm tired and confused, so my vote is yes. I'm sorry.
okay. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Senna.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Passes on a 7-2 vote for reconsideration, and now we're back on Amendment 23. We need a new motion and a vote on that.
Okay, Counselor Gibson, we need a new or do I make the motion? I make the motion because it was my bill. So I am moving item number 23, and we will go to the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a second.
I'll second it.
Counselor Benton, thank you for that second. Counselor Jones, you have a question?
I don't have a question. I would like to have read what the overview of what it is we're voting on, please.
Ms. Schultz.
Madam President, Counselor Jones, what the vote on the table right now is for Amendment 23, which would rescind the amendment as it passed at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee to make a drive-through use permissive in the MXL zone. So a yes vote on this amendment would retain drive-throughs as a conditional use in the MXL zone as it exists in the IDO today.
Thank you.
With that, counselors, we will go to the vote.
On Amendment 23, Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Senna.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails on a 4-5 vote. Amendment 23 fails.
Okay, counselors, any other business to come before the council this evening?
Don't we still have to act on the bill, Madam
We
President?
need to go back to the original bill and vote on that. Okay, counselors, we are going to vote on the original bill at this point in time as amended. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Senna.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Passes on a 6-3 vote, 060 as amended multiple times.
Okay, counselors, as amended, Bill 060 passes on a 6-3 vote. And is there any other business to come before the city council this evening? If not, we will adjourn. Thank you, counselors.